Good morning, everyone. It's been a couple weeks, lost my groove, so bear with me. I'm going to call to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, July 19th, 2022. We're going to start off the morning with the invocation by, is Betsy here? Or is she on Zoom?
It looks like not. Somebody maybe
Okay,
gee, do we have a resident pastor?
we do. Does anybody else want to do it? Lars is here. I would love Lars.
Always good.
And then Lars, after that, we're going to have Supervisor Thomas lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, just so you know. Thank you for filling in.
Thank you. And I thank the Lord God Almighty, creator of all things. Lord, I humble myself before you, Lord God Almighty. Lord, America has a lot of gifts in the land, but the Lord, there are many evil things working in this land. It's obvious to those that know you. Lord God Almighty, I ask that your peace, your love, your truth would be upon this place, Lord. I ask that you would touch each person in here and listening right now. And may your presence touch them from the crown of their head to the soles of their feet. I speak upon Dorado County. I speak to the law enforcement, the fire, medical personnel, Lord God Almighty, the leaders of this beautiful country, this beautiful county. Touch Joe Biden. Touch our president, Lord. May we all humble ourselves before you, Lord. You are a loving God, but you're a God of wrath. Lord, we seek your mercy before judgment. We thank you for your mercy. And I'm going to read this. Speak and act as those who are going to be judged by the law, Moses, that gives freedom, because judgment without mercy will be shown to anyone who has not been merciful. Mercy triumphs over judgment. And Lord, I ask that the joy of the Lord, I ask you would comfort those that are going through so many things. So many of us are going through crazy things, Lord. I ask that your peace and your joy and your truth would be upon us. In the name of King Jesus, amen.
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 Thank you, Lars. Really appreciate that.
Now, please join me in honoring our nation's flag. Hand over your heart. Again. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, with that, we're going to move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. I'm going to start off with the CAO. Do we have any changes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd like to request that item number 6 be pulled.
All right.
Brief discussion.
And then with that, we'll District 5, any changes?
No changes.
District 1?
Yeah, I would request that item number 2 be pulled based upon the auditor controller's email, if you've read that. Brief discussion, hopefully.
Is that really necessary?
I believe it is.
Do we have to do that? Can we vote not to?
It's always the board's discretion to determine whether to have an item pulled or not.
I don't think it's necessary. He does this all the time. It's very routine. And it's just, he's making a point and it's fine. And we all read it.
You're denying me the right to pull something off the consent calendar. Is that what
I'm
you're
not
doing?
denying it. I just don't think it's necessary.
And I think it's necessary. So we have a difference of opinion.
Well, we can vote as a board if we're going to do that then.
Okay, then fine. Let's vote as a board.
District 3, any changes?
No changes.
District 2?
No changes.
And I don't have any changes. So then we're going to go to public comment on the consent calendar.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning. You can hear me? Okay. I'm requesting that you pull item 21 from the consent calendar. It's the consent appointment of Roger Reynolds to the Veterans Affairs Commission.
Can you speak up, Joe? I can't hear you.
Sure. I'm requesting that you pull item 21 from the consent calendar, and I've handed you deficiencies in the application. And the application itself is invalid, and there's no way that you can correct those deficiencies. And so I'm asking that you vote no or abstain from the approval. The deficiencies are highlighted. There's no signature. There's no evidence that this is actually submitted by Mr. Roger Reynolds because it doesn't bear his signature, and that's valid. That needs to be there to make it valid. It's dated 16 months prior to the noticed vacancy. The vacancy is attached to the application, and that wasn't noticed until June of 2022. This is dated February of 2021. And if you look at the upper right-hand corner, he's applying for the position that he already holds. He is the appointed alternate to District 2 already. He has that position by your vote previously, and he's in position until 2025. So he already holds the position that this applicant is applying for, but it's an invalid application regardless. There's no way to correct this. You can't put his signature on it for him. You can't date it so that it's appropriately before you. And there's no reason to continue this matter. So again, I request you vote no or abstain. Even if this application was not deficient, I would still recommend no. And that is because as a standing Veterans Affairs Commissioner for over 6 years, Mr. Reynolds is well aware of the Army's core values, his oath to defend the Constitution from attacks, as I've noted before you, and to uphold the county's core values as well, to uphold the public trust in every case. He's a senior person and a senior veteran. There's no reason for him to remain silent in the face of all those public abuses over the last 18 months, but he has. The Veterans Commission is unique because they have an opportunity once a month to speak up to any public abuse, especially by their fellow commissioners. It's called the good of the order. He could have spoken up at any time in the last 18 months to address the public abuses that are already well known to you, and he hasn't said a word. Not just against the public abuses of me, but against members of the general public at large, including the principal of Buckeye School and his family. I don't need to elaborate on those because you're already familiar with them. So he's already on the commission. The denial will not change the commission or his position on it. This is an invalid application, and I request that you do not appoint this. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if 6 is going to be pulled, I would prefer that it be time certain. And if number 2 is going to be pulled, I'd request it also be time certain. But regarding number 2, I believe the CAO's office has made a number of efforts to tighten up the blanket delegation of signature authority. And I'll acknowledge that the CAO's office has made a lot of effort in that area, but in my opinion, we're not quite there yet.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I had requested that item number 13 be pulled. And if you read the factual affidavits that were emailed to you, then you would know that Mr. Payne has demonstrated on numerous occasions that he is incapable of professional conduct in accordance with the Brown Act and his oaths of office. Chris has publicly admitted in the presence of David Livingston and witnessed by other individuals that he has mental health issues that necessitated his early retirement from EDC employment. It stands to reason that he should be prohibited from any position that could exacerbate his aberrant behavior. Furthermore, his application mentions his affiliation with the Taxpayers Association and his experience on the Parks and Recreation Commission, where his outbursts, harassment, and unprofessional conduct have been disruptive and clearly outside of the law. Chris continues to demonstrate the same abusive conduct even during Taxpayers Association meetings attended by government officials, where he has interrupted, heckled, and publicly harassed me in blatant disrespect for and in violation of my inherent First First Amendment rights. The bottom line is that the Taxpayers Association has become a bully pulpit pretending good governance and transparency, all the while hypocritically doing just the opposite. The fact of the matter is, Chris Payne, Todd White, Andy Nevis, and their cohorts have no intention of abiding by the law or honoring their sacred oaths. Mr. Payne's discrimination and repeated attempts to discredit and censor me and control how I frame my remarks is a direct assault upon my and violation of my First Amendment rights. His collusion with staff and failure to lawfully and publicly respond to me aids and abets the perpetration of El Dorado County dishonest services and corruption. Any deceptive, obstructive enterprise undertaken by any public official, such as Chris, that tends to weaken public confidence and undermines the sense of security of individual rights is against all public policy. Considering his history of unprofessional conduct, which is a matter of public record, this brings into question the manner in which Chris was selected for this position. Furthermore, Chris currently gets paid as a planning commissioner, which represents a conflict of interest. The following questions demand public answers. Number one, how many other applicants were considered? Why was Mr. Payne never reprimanded and removed from the Parks and Recreation Commission? And in light of the evidence of his abuse of the public trust, why did George Turnbull appoint Chris to the Planning Commission and now his enforcement, this enforcement panel? By the way, what you just did, Lori, in regard to number 6 is reprehensible. I'm submitting into the public record how you have violated the Brown Act and the rights of the public as well. You should be very familiar with this. Madam Clerk, please enter this into the public record. Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about.
Anyone else in the room making a comment on the consent calendar?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning. This is Ken Greenwood from Triple Junction, somewhere out there. Yes, I would appreciate a public hearing on number 6. I'm kind of questioning why that's on the consent calendar. And
that's been pulled by staff. Ken, that item 6 has been pulled by staff. That was pulled. It will be pulled for discussion.
Okay, perfect. So there we are. Pardon me. Number 27, $250,000 or $200,000 for e-car charging stations. I guess I'm okay with it since AB 2766 subvention funds are paying for this, whatever subvention is, which was a little unclear in the item. I'm just, it's electric cars, yeah, someday. Charging stations are needed, I guess. Should they be publicly funded? Not so sure. Is electric power being generated by non-green sources? Yes. Just these pesky little problems with the electric car situation. But anyway. And item 9, ammunition for the sheriff's office. Yes, I've commented on this in the past. Yes, they do actually shoot that much, which is good. But on the final page, there's a 22 long rifle, 21 grain CHP, California Highway Patrol. I think that means copper hollow point. I don't know. If there was no, in the item, there was nobody to call. So I don't have, and I didn't have time, I apologize, but to track this down, but I just have that question. Hopefully there's somebody there from the Sheriff's Department that could possibly provide some, clarification on that. But yes, they do shoot that much ammo. So I guess $250,000 a year, or however that works. is appropriate. Some of the prices in there are pretty good. Wish the rest of us could get that sort of a discount. But thank you very much and good morning.
Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Sia, was there any response to Ken's question about the ammo, or can we direct him to someone to call, or?
Yeah, I would ask this, he contact the sheriff's office and, or I can, how about we do this? I'll contact the sheriff's office and give him Ken's number and ask him to call him.
Okay, because there was a bid and all, there was a bid process and everything.
There
for
was, and
that,
I
so
don't
that
know
was all in
what
there.
Hollow Point, I don't know the types of
Okay.
ammunition they're purchasing.
Okay, and then other questions, not really. And then Joe, are you comfortable with us not pulling item number 2? Your comments seem to clear up that you feel we're on the right direction. Do we really need to pull that and discuss it any further? Seems like it's fine.
to Supervisor Heidel.
Is it? Okay. Or is it up to the board?
It's up to the board.
Thank you. Supervisor Heidel, are you confident with the auditor controller's comments?
Yes,
that
I
he
think
feels
it
we're
can
in the
be
right
worked out at
direction?
this point because I wanted to make it clear going forward that these don't keep coming back. That's all I was trying to do is get clarification of what level of delegation is appropriate. And I think we're getting close.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think a conversation between the two will settle it. We don't have to hear it this morning. So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Just a point of order, out of just protocol and
Yes.
respect, I think it would have been nice. I would have voted to have that if he pulled it to agree with that, just because of the protocol we usually.
Okay, well, I was gonna make a motion to not pull item 2, and I just want to make sure his concerns were,
Right.
you know, I feel
Okay.
that this is an ongoing thing. You made it clear it's being worked on and you feel we're making great progress. So thank you for that, Joe, because that was your letter that sparked that. Your comments cleared it up. We're making great
All right.
progress. We are making great progress.
That's
Thank
the way
you
to
for that.
start.
we're
So,
going in the right direction.
yes, we're going in the right direction. So thank you for that.
And then there was a question on the application for District 2.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think there's any, I
No.
don't think we have any process for saying an application is not acceptable. You know, and it was probably written electronically, I would imagine. He was trying to put in his signature or whatever.
Yeah, well, the biggest thing is he was the Veterans Commission when Shiva was a supervisor here. So that was her appointee.
Okay,
He
And
was
he's
my
been the
alternate
alternate
and now
all
he's stepping
along.
into that place.
Yeah.
okay.
So-
And as far as process, if the information as far as contact and the background has remained the same, we do not require or request our volunteer commission members to submit another application, just out of respect for their time.
Right, okay. very
So
good.
thank you
So
for
I
that
do have
clarification,
a
Kim.
Question though, on the dating, it's almost like it was submitted over a year ago. Was this something somebody pulled out of a record as opposed to a new submittal? And does that constitute an
That's correct.
acceptable?
It was a prior application that was submitted for the Veterans Affairs. We had it on file. The information was accurate, as opposed to requesting him to fill out another application. We attached it with what we had, confident that it would be filled out the same.
All right, so that's our process. Thank you
Okay.
for clarifying that
Mhm.
process, Kim. Much appreciated.
Before David has a heart attack, I'd
Yes,
like
I
to
know.
move approval.
Watching the CAO down there. It's like, those are all clarifications, very good clarifications on items and questions. So thank you for that. So does anyone want to make a motion to,
Yes. So with that, I'd
or
like-
should we have Kim
yes.
read it first and
Pardon
make
me.
sure we know what we're
sounds good.
approving?
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following change. Pull item 6 for discussion.
And with that, so moved.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, very good. Thank you for that. So we're going to start off with item number 45.
Item 45 comes from Supervisor Turnbull, recommending the board receive a presentation from the county sheriff's office regarding the homeless outreach team.
Good morning.
Morning.
I am Deputy Buckman. I'm with the Sheriff's Office Homeless Outreach Team and also Deputy Jenks with the Sheriff's Office Homeless Outreach Team. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you guys today. It's greatly appreciated. Essentially, what we're going to do is just give you a quick PowerPoint presentation on a little bit of the history of HOT and where we have evolved to, what we're doing currently. And that about covers it. So homeless outreach team with the sheriff's office has been around since around July of 2017. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. So we are comprised of a 3-person team, 2 deputies and a sergeant. And essentially, when we first started, we realized through the sheriff's office that there was a need to address the issues going on within the community and our homeless population. A lot of the issues that befall the homeless population also befall the sheriff's office. So with that, we developed this 3-person team, and then we moved to figuring out how to address it. So in the initial phases of HOT, we decided to go out and look at what other law enforcement agencies were doing around our state, and then also out as far as Canada. We looked at newer programs, we looked at established programs, we looked at different agency sizes, different homeless populations, and brought all that information back here and decided to take a real close look at our homeless population here in the county. When doing that, we realized that there are a lot of different things going on, at least within the law enforcement world, with the homeless, and what works in one agency or jurisdiction may not work in another. So we decided to try to really tailor this program to our homeless population. So in doing so, we decided to target a few risk factors, such as fire, environmental resource damage, and so forth. And I think I mentioned it earlier, we started that in July of 2017. One of the other things that we did identify was what population of the homeless are we going to work with? And in doing that, we decided that the unsheltered population was going to be the target population that really we needed to focus on. There are great varying levels of homelessness. Unsheltered for us is those that are out living in the community, whether it's in a homeless camp, laying in a sleeping bag in the dirt. That is what we consider the unsheltered population. And we identified approximately 316 unsheltered homeless at the time in 2017. Next slide. So this is a chart that just kind of gives you an idea of where we started population-wise and where we are currently. The number that we reported this week for our weekly stats was 22 unsheltered within the county. Now, it's important to recognize that that doesn't represent the city of Placerville or the city of South Lake Tahoe. This is data specific to the county and what we do with the sheriff's office. So initially 316, and we're now at 22. Next slide. Camps. We started off with roughly 129 camps. As of this week, because this presentation was built a few weeks back, we are at 7 camps in the county. These numbers between the actual population and camps, these can vary greatly from week to week. We can see spikes of, 5 to 15 camps in a week, and we've seen influxes of 7 to 12 in new homeless on any given week. So obviously that can have some impact on what we're doing, but those are our current numbers. Next slide. So that's a map that we have within, it's called GIS map. Thank you. And that map is our camp map. So you have active versus inactive. And that's just a snapshot just to give you an idea of what we're looking at when we track that stuff. Yeah,
So which are the active then? The red, is that correct?
yeah, red and then the white in that. And we've changed, our maps are updated now because we actually transitioned to an updated version of this. So that's a little bit older. But if you were to look at a current map and we blew the map up and you could see from Tahoe down to El Dorado Hills, you would only see roughly 7 red camps.
So what does it take to get an encampment on this map? Because
So
there are other encampments that aren't on this map.
So, like I said, with the city of Placerville and the city of South Lake Tahoe, you wouldn't see that. When we come across the camp, we'll document it in the GIS system. So we'll take photographs of it, map it in the GIS system. We'll try to track who's associated to the camps if there's somebody there when we document the camp or when we come back to, do follow up and so forth. And then when the camps either are if they move on or they just kind of choose a different area, or however that camp may or may not come in and out of that area, we'll mark them active or inactive accordingly.
Okay, so this looks like most of these are along the Highway 50 corridor. Do you go out beyond that? Because on the divide, we are really suffering from quite a few encampments right now, and I'm surprised that they aren't on here.
Right now, yeah, we cover the two of us and our sergeant will cover all the way from Lake Tahoe, all the way down to El Dorado Hills, and then north and south respectively as well.
Okay.
So we do work in with Georgetown divide area. I haven't had any indication of active camps that are out there. So there's a difference between active camps and what might be a camp that's just kind of a makeshift setup, something that somebody puts up for a couple of days, because it's hard for us as just two people and a sergeant to get out to some of these camps that do pop up and then move on within a couple of days. Because that's what we see a lot of in this county is camps that pop up. They're there for a few days and then they realize either they're on private property or, you know, some sort of business property. Somebody contacts them, lets them know, and they move on. Okay. So we a lot of times won't get to camps that you might see in your dealings throughout the county. And that's just because there's just not enough of us to do that. So
that helps a lot because they are very nomadic in nature. So
especially in the outlying areas, because you don't have as many services out there. So they do move around to get to wherever they can and what they need to at the time.
Okay.
I have a quick follow-up again. So are these point in times or this is average or when you say
these are real time? So that's just a snapshot that we put up there so you can kind of see what we look at. But our map that we look at on a daily basis is in real time. So if I'm in the field and we go to a camp that we were working with somebody at, and that camp is all of a sudden gone, we can mark it in the field as inactive and it in real time updates on these maps.
Okay, so on the history of 2017, was that a point in time or was that the average for the year?
That's just when we capture the annual data, and I don't know what month we capture the annual data, but that's each year, month over month from the previous year that's on that graph.
I also had a couple of questions. It looks like there's an active camp right up next to Folsom Lake, if I'm reading this right, which means that's an established encampment. It's been there for some time. Is that correct?
Not indicative, because like I said, that's just a screenshot of a map. I couldn't tell you when that was from. I know that we had an encampment. We're going to mark a camp if we find it, whether it's a camp that was up for 3 days or a camp that was up for 6 months.
Okay.
And it'll show on this map for as long as we keep that type of map set up. So I recall that we've been to our areas around Folsom Lake maybe 4 or 5 times where we've had reports of camps. And I think twice we've come across some type of makeshift camp, but nothing that's, you know, somebody attempting to live in that area for some long period of time.
So does the public have access to this information to know where encampments are? Because there's always a risk, a concern with people who are not belonging in the area, coming into subdivisions, et cetera. So does the public have access to this?
We don't make the maps and tracking systems that we have available to the public right now.
Okay.
There are some activity reporters that the public can access through some sheriff's office websites to report homeless activity, but these maps aren't up there for them to access and look at. This is just for us, for our tracking purposes, so we know where camps were. One of the things that we do that's very important is we call it territorial reinforcement. So if we go into an area that's been heavily impacted by whether it's camp or homeless activities, these maps, we can look at it and very quickly tell this area has had this much camp activity over this course of time, because we can click on each of those icons and it gives us the information that we inputted at the time the camp was created, when it was put into the inactive status, who was associated, pictures, those kinds of things.
So one final question. Do you oftentimes find stolen goods within these encampments, and how is that dealt with where it's adjacent to, a subdivision or something like that?
Yeah, just like you would as a deputy in patrol. If we see something that looks like it could be related to stolen property or a burglary from the area, anything like that, we will just go through a typical investigation. So if there's serial numbers associated to it, we have some ability to look up previous reports. That stuff gets a little more difficult because we don't have all of the information from all the reports throughout different areas, of what's current, through break-ins and so forth. But we do our best to try to find out if we do see things like that in any given camp. and verify that it's their property.
One final one, I guess. I read on Nextdoor where people have seen people wandering through neighborhoods and they've seen people carrying stuff. How do we make the public aware of a presence of something that I consider to be, somewhat of a threat to that community? How do we make people aware of it?
Are you talking about if they see somebody that might be homeless specifically, or just suspicious individual in general?
Homeless in particular. This is a homeless presentation. I'm
Yeah.
going to stay with homeless.
So if somebody believes that they see somebody homeless in their neighborhood or even out and about anywhere in the county, they can contact our dispatch. A lot of times, if it's not an active issue, they'll refer them to our direct line, and then we'll make follow-up attempts with those folks and then get out into those areas and look to see if there's any activity going on. And we get those phone calls routinely. We do get that a lot.
Okay, so what I'm understanding is Nextdoor is the way people find out there's somebody in a homeless encampment in their neighborhood, which is probably, and to me, is not the best situation, but okay.
And that's El Dorado Hills. The
I
divide
understand
is on Facebook, not Nextdoor. So every
Yeah.
area has its own
Right.
platform that they like.
Whatever social media is
Social
most
media.
common, right?
And
Yeah.
we have people, because we're familiar with the Nextdoor app in El Dorado Hills, and we have a lot of people that understand how to contact us directly with the homeless outreach team if they've seen possible issues related to homelessness. So I do know specifically for that app, those folks do know how to contact us.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, next slide. So environmental impact. These are things that we did identify early on that we wanted to address specifically, because these befall everybody: community, sheriff's office, everybody. Human waste, drug paraphernalia, landscape devastation, and fire. Fire was one of the major issues that we wanted to address right out the gate with developing a homeless outreach team. The fire season that happened prior to HOT's inception, there was roughly 107 fires related to, in some capacity, to homelessness. And I'm not talking about wildland fires and so forth, but in some way linked to homelessness. And that's through working with some of the folks at CAL FIRE, getting a lot of information from them and our own data collection. So from year to year, after HOT first developed, that number dropped to 2. There were significant efforts made working in collaboration with CAL FIRE and County Fire to get into the camps that were active throughout the county and let our homeless population know what the issues were related to the fires that were within these camps. Because we understand they're living outdoors, and in order to survive, they have to cook, propane during winter, things like that. So we did as much education through CAL FIRE, County Fire, going out with us in the field to talk to them about how to mitigate things and what was legal. So there was significant effort put into that, and there were some great results that came from that. And that's carried through from the inception of HOT to current. That's always a focus that we have, huge focus. The landscape devastation is pretty significant because most of our homeless population in the county, at least, they get into areas that, it's not easy to be seen. And to do that, you have to get through open land. We have a lot of manzanita and so forth, and they find their way through that, and they create pathways. And they, like in this picture that you can see here, which is just off of Missouri Flat Road, you can have major environmental impact. Now, that's not like a creek or waterway, but that's an area that seasonally always fills up with water, and that can cause some significant devastation to that area. The trash that can be left behind is a big issue, and talk about how that impacts a private property owner, also county property. The way the county has to deal with the cleanup is very different than the way a private property owner deals with the cleanup. The costs go through the roof, as I'm sure you all are aware of that. That's one thing that we do our best to mitigate in that territorial reinforcement, is to keep those camps down as much as we can, to keep the trash from collecting and a problem that was addressed becoming a problem again. Drug paraphernalia is always a concern, because that's not just within the camps, that can spread out throughout the community. So we really focus on education with our homeless population on that, and enforcement wherever necessary. Okay, next slide. So economic impact, touched on this a little bit just a second ago. Camps and trash buildup and so forth on different types of property. So private property, when we have a camp that pops up there, everything falls onto the property owner. We do our best to help that property owner to address the camp, So we'll help address all the legal issues concerning the camp on their property. Remove the individual if that's what the property owner wants done, help remove the camp, the personal property and so forth. We can take the property for that homeless individual. We can book it into the sheriff's office for safekeeping. But the trash and so forth, depending on what's there, it may not be able to be cleaned up while that camp is being removed, and that falls on the property owner. And we have had areas where, like you see here, this is all on private property. This is in county-owned properties. That's a huge cost to property owners. And then when you transition over onto county properties, such as the top of Palmer and Cameron Park, we've seen cleanup efforts by the county that were significant in cost. And we're back at that same issue again currently. So it's a very, very difficult thing to try to balance and keep from happening. But that's one of our biggest efforts, is getting out into the field and keeping that territorial reinforcement and continuing to work with that homeless population to engage in services and help ultimately break the cycle of homelessness, because that's one of the underlying goals of our team, is to get that individual off the street.
So do you work with environmental management relative to removal of these types of items if the property owner does not take initiative to get hazardous materials, whatever, removed? Is there something that we do as a county to try to make sure the team is involved with trying to remedy that situation?
Yeah, so we end up having pretty significant conversations with the property owners about options that they have to them, what the county may or may not be able to do. Unfortunately, there's not a lot that we can do for them, as far as offering services from the county, because if we were to go out and do a cleanup on their property, then we have to do that cleanup for everybody. So it's very difficult we want to offer a lot, but we just can't.
Okay.
But there are community groups that have come out and they've started to help with cleanup efforts on public and private property. So
obviously with permission on private property.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Given that, thank you.
I think they need permission on county property also.
Yeah, county property. Yes. Yeah, and we've worked with that on Palmer.
Well, not
and so
county
forth.
staff, but yeah, volunteers.
Yeah, volunteers do. Yes. Yeah, we have to have waivers and all that.
Yep.
Crime prevention through environmental design. This is a service that the homeless outreach team is offering. We went through a training program to assist us in helping bring this out to the county. So CEPTED is the acronym for it. And what this is essentially, whether it's a public property, private property, we can come out and do kind of a site survey and look at what the issues are. So it could be homeless related, it could be criminal activity, could be drug activity. It doesn't have to be centered around homelessness. And we can make recommendations for that property owner on what they can do to mitigate those issues. This picture that you're seeing here is in Cameron Park. The larger building at the top of the photo is Motel 6. So early on, I believe within the first year of HOT, we did a CEPTED project for Motel 6. And they actually took a lot of the recommendations and implemented them. They did a great job, and it really did have an impact on everything surrounding Motel 6, not just the ownership and what was going on at the motel, but everything around it. So these are things that we can do to offer assistance to the public in any sort of issues that are befalling their property or their business. Next slide. So we realized very quickly that this isn't something that we were going to shoulder ourselves, because it's too big of a thing. There were going to be partnerships that we needed to create. Some of them early on were significant, like Health and Human Services, because the goal was to get our homeless population to services to help them transition out of homelessness and break the cycle of homelessness. Health and Human Services was a huge partner early on and still is. We looked at CAL FIRE early on and created some partnerships, probation, Marshall Hospital, all the different nonprofit organizations throughout the county, DMV, Social Security, Veterans Affairs, all very important people to create working relationships with, because everybody that's listed here has some sort of tie-in to this. Social Security, DMV, we've got to get people what we call doc ready. Even in going to rehab, they need all these things, because coming out of rehab, they have to have certain things established and ready so that they can go into transitional housing, start applying for jobs, start getting up on their own 2 feet. So all of these folks are folks that are very integral in the process. Placerville PD, South Lake Tahoe PD, we worked with both agencies. We've trained a few of their staff in what we do, gave them kind of the groundwork of how we establish ourselves and what we've done, what we found successful, what wasn't successful, so that they could take that and implement that within their agency and population how they see fit. In fact, I think Placerville PD had 2 different individuals that were assigned to us for a fair amount of time, each person, and now they're off working on their own. Next slide. So the next couple of slides are just some videos, and we'll talk about the videos as they play. And I think you can click on, you can choose either one of those to click on at the bottom, and it'll play the video. So these are current camp remnants within the open land area at the top of Palmer Drive in Cameron Park. This was one couple living just off of Palmer and Kevin Street. And this is directly adjacent to the senior community that's right there off of Kevin. This is what was left over after the camp was removed. There were some issues that required the camp to be removed and the individuals that were there to be removed. So all the personal property was taken, their tents and so forth, and that's what was left. This is not too far from that same camp. This kind of borders on the area where the last cleanup effort was just a few weeks ago. And right there where we're zooming in, that's actually a very deep stretch of clearing. That was all thicket there a few years ago. What you're seeing right there is a seasonal creek that trash is flowing into. And that camp has been there from prior to winter. So while that creek was flowing over the winter, trash was affecting that. Next slide. So this is also at the top of Palmer. This is kind of a series of camps that were cut into the hillside. If you're looking from the top of Palmer where it curves onto Loma Drive, the power poles extend out towards BLM property. And this is kind of towards the top of the hill. These camps were significant. They became very large, significant amounts of trash, debris. And this is even with them bringing some of their own trash out. And this is all the remnant left behind after the camps were vacated. So this, as we move into the next camp, you'll see there's a fire pit. There's activity. You can see remnant from an active fire that was there. Not fire into the brush, but a fire that they're using for living, getting by, eating, whatever the case may be. But again, these areas were all thicket areas. There was no roads, walkways, anything of that nature. So what's left behind is huge. I mean, to get just in those 3 videos of what you're seeing, to get that stuff out to an area where it can be put into a dumpster is a significant amount of work. Very, very difficult. You're crossing multiple seasonal creeks, getting it just out of that stuff and by itself. Very difficult. A lot of time involved in that. Next slide, please.
And this is all on private property, is that correct?
So if you can pause that real quick. That at the top of Palmer, there's multiple properties.
Right.
There's county owned, there's BLM. When you start bordering along the freeway, now you have some state property, but it's really on the other side of the fence. So that doesn't really have much effect on the state property. And I believe there's some small slivers of private property that are in there. It's not very much anymore, but there are some areas of private property.
Okay, so most of it's government property, public lands, whatever is.
Yeah, most of that is county. Where you're seeing the camps is county. And you also have the Pine Hill Preserve that kind of,
right.
It's not like one big giant area. It kind of moves around within there, the areas that there are the rare plants in.
Right.
So when we do have camps that end up in that area, there's obviously even bigger concern.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You can go to the next slide. So this is in May 5th of 2022. This is Upper Broadway. So this is just trash. This has nothing to do with active camps. So you don't see any camps in and around the area. I mean, there are, if you were to look to the right from where we're filming, there are camps up there. But That's just what's been moved out of camps. That's not what's still accounted for in the camps, because there is significant amounts of trash in the camps as well. So this isn't just a county issue. This obviously extends over into Placerville PD, the city of South Lake Tahoe, and that's why we had partnerships with them and have worked with them historically. But you can see the impact there. That's just huge. What you can't see on a video here is smell. You can't see the rodent activity. You can't see the amount of flies. It's almost unbelievable. Things like this, they have to be addressed, and it can't be just the homeless outreach team getting out there. And I know there's been a lot of efforts and everybody's making efforts, and it's greatly appreciated that we're seeing it. We're seeing it in the county, obviously. We've gone from 316 down to 22. And that's a number that we document very specifically. We don't participate in anything that perpetuates the cycle of homelessness. We don't push people out of the county just because they're homeless. We work directly with them. Our goal is to get them to engage in services, family reunification, things of that nature, because those are the things that have the long lasting effect of actually keeping them out of homelessness, going into rehab and then going back out and realizing, oh, I don't have anything, and going right back into homelessness. So we work very hard to mitigate those circumstances so we don't get somebody to help and then they're just back out in the streets. So there are ways to do this very successfully, but it just takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of collaboration and it takes a lot of hands. But currently we're seeing a lot more enforcement. It's something that is a natural progression because you get down to a smaller number of homeless folks that really don't want to engage in services. And I understand it's not illegal to be homeless. We get that, but we need people to follow rules and law. And when we get down to the smaller portion of the population like we are now, we end up having to take a lot more enforcement. But what we've done, understanding that that's a direction that we have to go, we've created relationships with the DA and the public defender's office, something that you don't see very much in law enforcement, where if we are taking enforcement action on homeless individuals, we reach out to both the DA and the public defender and talk to them about what is the goal with this individual? What has been the struggle? What do we think would be successful for this person? So that as these cases start coming in to the DA and the public defender, we look at plea agreements that divert away from jail, because jail isn't going to solve that issue. It historically has proven itself that it doesn't. So we use those cases as a way to help get them to engage in services, go take court-ordered rehab, so that they go to rehab and complete that program at the direction of program management. And if they do, those cases can go away. No probation, no nothing, depending on the circumstances and the type of cases. But we've seen some great success in that as well. So everything that we're doing, we're trying to layer outreach as well. But we're constantly evolving because everything changes from month to month, year to year. When it comes to homelessness, especially in California, it's a very active circumstance. So we're a very evolving unit. So that's it. That's all we had for you. Appreciate your time. If you guys have any questions, please let us know. But thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And are you ready for some questions? Because my lights are coming
absolutely.
on here.
Yeah,
Ready? So we're
absolutely.
gonna start with Supervisor Novosel.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for the presentation.
Absolutely.
I think it's an incredibly important discussion we're having, and I really can't tell you how much I appreciate your hot team and all you do for our community. It is something that is just needed so badly. With that said, I look at the study of homelessness, not just in our county, not just in our state, not just our nation, but worldwide. It's an issue, and I haven't found any country, county, or state that has actually been able to say we got rid of homelessness. It's just an issue that's going to be there. With that being said, there's a push right now for CARES Court, which is a way to get people that need the help, the mental health issues that of some of our worst clients, and the worst, I mean, that need the help most, of making them have to go into either institutionalized or some sort of help. Have you heard of that? And do you do you believe in that will help of those? And I guess my follow-up question upon that is, of those 22 individuals, how many do you feel is caused from mental health, or is it just drug use, or is it combination? What can we do for that last group?
So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, I have heard of similar things to CARES Court, not CARES Court specifically. We've actually talked with the DA about establishing homeless court, like you see veterans court, drug court, things like that. One of the biggest hurdles, especially now coming out of COVID, is staffing issues and ability for the court to support something like that. And right now, it's just not very viable. I think the judges that we spoke with early on have expressed great interest in it. I think everybody would like to see it. We even actually talked about bringing court out into the field with we had started out, I guess, a couple of years ago prior to COVID, having days, we call them early trailer days, but we outreach days where we bring a trailer that we developed for people to work out of different county services. Health and Human Services can do assessments for drug and rehab treatment. And then we could bring the court out in the field to do that, and we can bring the homeless to that. We would also bring out every other service that was willing to work with us out into the field. So we had Marshall Hospital, we had people doing haircuts, we had people doing different medical treatments out in the field. We were bringing medical staff out from public health and Marshall Hospital to do shots for different stuff in the field. So yes, we would love to see that. The issues of mental health seem to be synonymous with drug use throughout the homeless population. Most of the time, it's a dual treatment necessity. In fact, when we send people to Health and Human Services for those assessments to get into rehab services, we have a lot of conversation with them about being very honest with everything that's going on so that they get to the right facilities. Because if they don't talk about it and they go to rehab and that facility isn't capable of handling mental health issues, then they lose that. And right now, when it takes 6 months to get somebody from the assessment to rehab, we don't have the ability to have any hiccups in that process. So yeah, we would love to see something like that, because having the courts involved in court-ordered circumstance, whether it's court-ordered rehab, mental health services, and active engagement in that, it's very necessary.
Yeah, and I think we're at that point in my mind, and that's incredibly important. And I really appreciate the work you're doing. And it sounds to me, it's almost like our community hubs, but in a homeless hub of going out and reaching those individuals and one-on-one. Here's what we have to do next. Yep. And I think I see more and more our state kind of understanding that, at least, and trying to grasp that and grapple with how do you make that work.
Well, we're very fortunate here in this county to not have a homeless population that's so overwhelming that we can't get out and learn our population individually. That's one of the reasons we took the direction that we did, was we're not as violent in our homeless communities as you see in other areas. So we can get out there and relatively safely engage in the homeless population, get them to learn who we are, what we do. We wear a different uniform than our patrol staff does, so that we're very much differently identified, so that they do become comfortable with us. And they know when they see us, they know if there's something going on they shouldn't be doing, they understand that. And we have to take action where we need to, because we are the sheriff's office. I mean, that's what we do. But they also understand what our real goal is with their circumstance. Yeah. So we can take individuals, because we take individuals to court. We've done that on plenty of occasions, on cases that we've arrested them on. Hey, you have court today. Are you going to go? Oh yeah, I've got court today. Hey, want to ride? Okay, sure, let's go. So yeah, no, it's a huge need.
Well, thank you, and I really appreciate it, because we had our homeless forum. That was something, we had 4 homeless people actually have a conversation with us, and one of the things that came out most importantly on all 4 of them was their health and safety, and they were very much concerned about their safety, because it's a dangerous place out there.
Yes.
And and I really appreciate all the help that y'all do, because it's how do you reach and get that support. So that's something I know we're all working with. That I thank you for what you're doing.
Great, Supervisor Hydall.
Yeah, so I was very impressed with slide 3 that talks about the homeless population in decay. Congratulations on the great accomplishments. The one thing I'm concerned with though, is if there's a whack-a-mole type process here, is the county unincorporated areas, which is the way I take slide 3 to be unincorporated. As the county does better in reducing the homeless that we're seeing, are they going into the cities of Placerville and the city of South Lake Tahoe? Are there complementary charts that the cities would have that would show their numbers are coming down? Are they level? Are they increasing? Because as more enforcement happens in one area, people are going to go to the area where there's less enforcement. And is that what's at play here in part? Because the point in time count numbers don't agree with this. So
the point in time, if you look historically, the point in time count numbers, and we looked at it year over year, what we were seeing in our decrease each year was reflective in the point in time count of the overall decrease. So prior to COVID, we weren't doing hardly any enforcement. So we could very safely say that in that time period from July of 2017 to COVID, that there wasn't a push, like you said, whack-a-mole, where we would just push people to one area or another, because that's just not, it doesn't solve any issue.
Right.
That's why we say we really focused on engagement and services, because that's where breaking the cycle of homelessness comes in. There is a small portion of that homeless population that's going to make a decision to leave the area, where they're not going to get any sort of contact. And I think contact is the more appropriate way to term it early on in HOT, because that's what we did almost primarily, was contact the homeless, engage with them, learn who they are, what happened to get them to where they are currently, and then what can we do to help get you out of this circumstance. Taking them to their appointments, all of these things to get them what we call doc ready. We were giving them rides. We were getting them to those places. We were making appointments for them. We drive them to rehab. We would follow up with them while they're in rehab, because they don't have anybody. When they go to rehab, they go into a blackout situation where they can't make phone calls. We were allowed to contact them. So we would do that. We would follow up with them. So one of the things that we did not want to do in any way, shape, or form, whether it was within a cityhood in our county or going out of our county, was send somebody somewhere else just to be homeless in another jurisdiction. We avoided that at all costs. But if that individual chose to leave because they got tired of talking to us,
right.
And as you can see, I talk a lot, sometimes that does happen, but it's a very, very small percentage. I could say early on, less than 7 in the first couple of years just moved on into, whether it be Placerville, South Lake Tahoe, Folsom, left the county altogether.
So I guess the other observation, with the county currently planning on 60 shelter rooms on a temporary basis and stuff, with your numbers being down like 35, it would seem there's sufficient capacity for all of the unsheltered homeless within the unincorporated county to have access to those shelter beds, as well as portions of the population of Placerville. So it doesn't seem like we need more than 60 beds at this point in time, right? Based upon the data that you've presented. So,
well, I think we would have to look much more closely at the populations within our city-hoods in the county to get a more accurate number. And I don't want to speak to their numbers because I don't know what they're.
And we'd only be talking West Slope here.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But for us, yeah, I mean, that would cover it. But I think we really have to understand that because we border right there with the city of Placerville, and South Lake Tahoe is a different animal when we're talking about housing circumstances. But 60 is going to be, it's just going to be an initial number. We're going to have to see what that does, because Placerville has its own circumstances. Yes, we could take pretty much our entire unsheltered homeless population and put them within a 60-bed system, and we would have room to go on. But I don't think that is going to accurately cover what the city's needs are. So we would have to have that conversation with them and take a little closer look at it.
So you would guess that the city of Placerville's numbers are higher than the unincorporated areas for the county.
I know they are. Yeah, they're significantly higher.
I just didn't know if there was a chart. I'd be interested to see what that graph looks like over time.
So the city did have the same system that they were working on. I don't know if they currently are utilizing the system or if they're still using it at all. I'm not sure. But they were tracking those numbers through the ArcGIS and Esri systems. So they had all the same mapping and tracking models that we had. So, but where they are currently, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure City of South Lake Tahoe's numbers have gone down because of the 3 hotels that they've purchased, and that's been a big help.
Well, they have shelters available.
Right,
So
they have
yeah,
shelters available.
that would make sense. But right now we don't. So
Yeah.
the Western Slope.
No, I just thought
Yeah, exactly. Western Slope versus Tahoe.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you
All
again.
right, Supervisor Thomas.
Good morning. Thank you so much for being here and greatly appreciate your creative, ever-evolving response to our community's needs. It's certainly made a difference and just really appreciate your efforts. I also really love that you've helped folks have a productive relationship with law enforcement, because as we continue to find that folks often have a traumatic relationship with law enforcement prior. So I think I just really take my hat off to you for changing that and making it more of a help and an aid rather than strictly punitive. Naturally, that comes into play at times, when warranted, but appreciate that. And I certainly know, following up your questions, Supervisor Heidel, that the city of Placerville is actively engaged in this too. I certainly don't want to speak for the police department. But following up to Supervisor Heidel's question, how do you interface? I know you've trained the Placerville Police Department, worked with them in the past, but how do you currently interface with the police department? So as Supervisor Heidel was saying, our efforts in the unincorporated area don't push into the city, because I know the city has a much larger challenge on their hands right now.
Yeah. So when they had to pull the last person that was assigned to our team back to the city for various reasons, we just left the door open for them to reach out whenever they need help. We have a lot more resources than they do, or well, equipment to work with this. We have quads, we have motorcycles, we have dump trailers, we have things that we utilize for a lot of different things. So they understand that at any point they can reach out to us and we're going to come out and give them a hand with anything that they need. So there's an open line of communication. We've spent a lot of time with them. So they know that they can reach out at any point in time. We're not doing any active work with them currently. So I don't know what they are or are not doing right this minute. But they've been given all the tools to do it in a similar fashion that we are. And I think they're just trying to find what's going to suit them best. Because to be very honest, the population of homeless that is within the city of Placerville versus, even if we're talking about the original population that we started with in the county, it's very different. And it changes jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So what we are doing in the county may not be successful in the city. So that's why we told them when we trained them, hey, this is what worked for us. This is how we developed it. This is why, and this is what was successful. This wasn't. Take it within the city and see what's going to work. And when we did do a lot of early on work, it was very successful. We had Upper Broadway down to 5 camps at one point. So it can be successful. They have some challenges that we don't, so it's very difficult.
Yeah, and I do believe their numbers have grown in the last couple of years. So,
Yes.
it's an opposite.
COVID had a very adverse
did.
effect on the city.
That's true.
Very, very adverse effect with homelessness. So
And I know we're all just trying our best to wrap our heads around this challenge, and hopefully as we move forward, with other options, and we can just really coordinate all of our efforts to make a positive impact for our community. So thank you for all your good work. Really appreciate it.
Supervisor Trimboom.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I've seen this presentation a couple of times, and I just wanted to make sure that the board's seen it and the public's seen it for all the hard work you do. Thank you.
we appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. And I just really appreciate the slide that showed all the collaboration, because it unfortunately takes a lot of resources and partnerships to address this issue and keep everybody on track, which I appreciate. So
Absolutely.
with that, I think we're going to go to public comment. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, have a seat and we'll see what if we have any questions to address afterward.
Now, now taking public comment on item number 45. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, everyone. Mandy Rodriguez. Thank you again for your presentation. I've seen it several times too, and it's pretty shocking to see that. And have you guys made a trip up to the homeless camp up on Broadway yet? Just take an old pair of shoes that you're never going to wear again. And have you walked up into there and spoke with any of those people? Anybody? Okay. It's good to see it on video, but when you really walk up that hill, oh, so you have gone up there? No. Okay. Because you keep shaking your head like you did. So it's really important that you guys put some old shoes on and walk up there and see the human disaster. And it was created by the city, by the county, by the state, whatever. My friend Christine lost her eye last year. Didn't know at the time the girls that attacked my friend Christine with the hatchet were homeless, doing drugs, living in a van, right? 2 weeks later, I was at Save Mart and a woman was sexually assaulted by a homeless person. But we always use the word homeless, but we're not using the right word. This is drugs and mental illness. And we keep using this word homeless to solve an issue that is not about homeless is the after. That's what's happening to people that use drugs. So you can build all these buildings and beds and all these things, but an addict doesn't just go into a hotel room and sober up. In fact, there's a 50% chance higher of them ODing in a hotel room alone. Did you guys know that? One of the things that I took back from going up to the homeless camp is I had to remember the addicts in my life, right? Addicts are liars. And I don't mean that in a bad way. They're lying to themselves and they're lying to all of us. So when you say, has anybody talked to you? Has anyone reached out to you? No, nobody's helped me. Nobody's helped me. It's a constant state of victimhood. So I don't know how, I don't have the answer, if any of us had the answer, but I do know that we have to talk about the drugs and the fentanyl that's coming in like a freight train. And there are people that are public leaders in this county that have lost kids to overdoses. So it could be any of your kids, grandkids. So we have to talk about that issue. And so the room is empty because there's no money up for grabs, right? That's why usually this room is packed.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. 20 some odd years ago, I did targeted case management for the Public Guardian's office, dealing with community services and coordination of benefits, primarily for a lot of the homeless people in this county. And I had an opportunity to really get to know some of these individuals as human beings. A lot of them definitely have mental health issues. There are also a lot of them who it's a matter of circumstance. And that's just how life happens sometimes. But it was really kind of sad to see how a lot of these individuals choose to be homeless. They've been offered all of these services, and unfortunately, they don't want them. Case in point was an individual who lived on the South Fork of the American River. His name was Miner Mike. And he was a very intelligent individual. He definitely had some mental health issues, but he was aware he had mental health issues. His name was Miner Mike for a reason, because he actually was able to do some mining on the river and, come up with, some pocket change. But the point of the issue is Mike, living on the river in a very remote section, was subject to a lot of the, the health and safety issues. And one winter, he ended up getting very, very ill. So what we did, we used to pick him up every week on the Sabbath and take them to church with us and, then drop them off. But he had become extremely ill. And he was not willing to take advantage of any of the county services. So what we did is we paid for a hotel room where he at least had decent shelter and warmth. And, again, he was helped. But the point of the issue is getting to know, engaging some of these individuals, as law enforcement just pointed out, and engaging them and offering them not just punitive point of view. And so it's good to see that it's usually law enforcement and the churches who are on the front lines of this battle, not just with the mental health, but with the homeless issue. And again, as Christians, we need, to be coming up with some of the solutions and reaching out as Christ would do. Thank you.
Thank you, Melody.
Lars Knutson, District 5. Excellent presentation from the Sheriff Department. I'm going to do this in 30 seconds. I was a firefighter for 31 years. I've been there, done that. The only crisis we have in America, and I've presented to you guys many, many times, is spiritual. Regardless of what you think, it's spiritual. Amos 5:15, one of my favorite scriptures, besides John 3:16. Amos 5:15 says, hate evil, love the good. Establish judgment in the gate, and the Lord of hosts will be gracious unto you and the remnant of Joseph. God bless you.
Thank you, Lars.
Good morning. My name is Gabe Williard. And I actually agree with Mandy. We need to address the specific issues and stop throwing everyone and all issues into one barrel. I like the sheriff's plan, and they can actually help get the people the proper help for the different issues involved. And I think they are probably more qualified to do that than the Board of Supervisors. Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Gabe.
Sue Taylor, I want to thank the Sheriff's Department for their presentation. I think titles are important. To me, the homeless would be the hundreds of families dislocated from the loss of their community in Grizzly Flat. And it'd be really, I've been trying to bring a discussion with that with some of the members of the county and not getting much. I think there might be things happening behind the scenes, but it'd be nice if we could put some of our homeless funds to that issue. Number two, it's the board needs to remember that their duty is to the jurisdiction of the county. We're talking about 22 people that now that are left in the dirt. And I know that you passed a resolution. I don't know where you're at. I've kind of lost touch, but to spend millions of dollars on those 22 for a program that is similar to what we had that started the whole program in the city of Placerville, which has created more of a problem than resolved anything. So I think what everyone visualizes is the problem is the city of Placerville. And that problem is at the feet of the city council since the time of Hangtown Haven, when they put out a beacon to come on and we'll take care of you. And I think you need to be very careful in moving forward that you don't create another program that's similar to that. And it's also sad that the cities removed themselves from working with the county that has created a program that's got us down to 22. I think the city needs to go back to engaging with the county and do something similar. And it's scary when there's so much funding to create the problem rather than funding to mitigate it. The county has a handle on this, and unfortunately, the county's moved forward to create a permanent location, which similar, like I said, to what was done in Placerville, could once again blow up the problem. I was told by one of the homeless advocates that's on the board of, I don't remember, it's a long name. He stated to me that the shelter is not to create something that allows enforcement to these encampments to be giving them reasons to removal. In fact, it's not allowed within the grant. And he said they have a bigger program to actually grow what they want to do and creating conservation areas in a way to bring in more of that and buying up lands and doing these things to actually problem even worse. So this is my fear, is that instead of the city working with the county to simulate the county program, which is working, the county's actions is to simulate the city's program. And I mean, you've already taken steps for that, but I hope you reconsider in what you've already done. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sue.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. This is Ken Greenwood. Thank you, Sheriff's Department, for your ongoing efforts. The HOT program appears to be working well, given the constraints, given the circumstances. Yes, agree with Mandy. No, I haven't put on my old shoes and gone up there. That might be a shocking experience, I'm sure. In fact, might be, no, would be, will be. And I guess we do need a shock. So thank you for the shock therapy there, if you will. The homeless issue is and appears to be mostly a drug issue. Again, agree with Mandy. Hopefully, and it seems that our part of our HOT program does deal with that, gives them a fallback and some support while they're in rehab. And I was really impressed with that approach, because from what I've seen, you need a friend to help you through that problem. So overall, sounds like a good update. And hopefully the city can work towards something similar. But again, our focus here is on the county efforts. Let's try not to throw money at the situation, even though the money is available. But sounds to me, if we can help fund the HOT program, that would be maybe even a better use of some of the available money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
And now taking public comment from 197.
Good morning, my friends. This is Jonathan Gainsborough. I apologize for not being there in person. I appreciate everything that the county is doing. I appreciate everything that the HOT team is doing. 20 years ago, we had one Elliott downtown Placerville. This is not just a drug problem, but it is part of the solution and part of the problem. It's not just an alcohol problem. It is much more of a mental health problem than any of us care to recognize the reality of. The homeless self-assess at 1/3 with mental illness. The reality in dealing with them for 50 years, longer than anyone listening to this by at least a decade or two, is that the reality is much above 50 or 60%. I will take you personally for a walk up into the homeless camps. You don't need to wear old shoes. Let me tell you that this last weekend, I spent 2.5 hours sharing the gospel of Jesus Christ with our fellow human beings that we despise as lepers. There, for the grace of God, that is you, my friend. That is you, supervisor. That is your children. That is our grandchildren, your grandchildren. It's good what the hot team is doing. It's great, even better that the county is stepping forward to step out of the disgrace of being one of only 4 from 58 counties in California that have no permanent beds for those that are dispossessed, much less to add on to it the COVID and the Caldor fire disasters. Those things are being dealt with now and going into the rearview mirror. 60 beds is a good start at Perks Court. We need to be thinking beyond the 60. With 30 seconds left. I had to bring one of the homeless in to speak about the harassment of one of the sheriffs. I won't mention his name, but it was referred to Internal Affairs. When the homeless park on Upper Broadway, please do not ticket them. Just in as much as you do it to the least of these, my brethren, you are doing it to me. God bless you all.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so this was a receive and file, and we appreciate the information. Really quick, I just want to let everybody know that CAO helped me fumble through this. We will be getting an update next week, I believe, on our progress on the temporary shelter. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. July 26th.
July 26th. And also, we will be getting, I believe, a presentation or a report or something from regarding the Sierra harm reduction in August. Is that right?
I'm
September?
not sure if it's to be, it's going to be this fall. for
This
sure.
fall.
August,
So
September.
just so you know that, too, I want you guys to know that we're working on these things. So they're coming. And so watch our agendas, which I know you do. So with
All
that,
right, what was next week's?
the update on the homeless, the shelter, temporary shelter navigation
Navigation
center
center.
and
Did that.
where we are with that. Because remember, we're crunch timeline and lots of updates. So next week on that. So again, thank you to the hot team and all your partnerships and for making a difference for improving lives in our county. Quite honestly, thank you. So with that, we have our next item is kind of related to taking care of people. Item number 46.
Item number 46 comes from the Probation Department, recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation on Probation Services Week, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing July 17th through July 23rd, 2022 as Probation Services Week.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer. Good to see you all. Hope you're well. First of all, I want to say thank you to the board for giving me the opportunity to come up and share just a little bit with you today and for making time to share this proclamation with your probation staff. If there's a theme around my comments today, it's my personal pride, my professional pride in working with the staff, the El Dorado County Probation Department. I've had 25 years now of work in this business in 3 different jurisdictions, and I can still say without a moment's hesitation, this is the finest group of people I've ever worked with anywhere in California or across the country. And I feel very fortunate to have been a probation officer in my professional life. I think it's been a noble occupation. It's been one that served my family well. It served me personally well in building me into a better version of a human being. And I think the presentation from which we are currently segueing is a good marker for you to be able to understand why probation is such a utilitarian model of how public safety should work in any jurisdiction, and why probation is so integral to the safety of its citizens, but also the humanity and the character of its county. Probation is not what your grandfather's probation was. Probation is so much different today than it was even when I started in the occupation 25 years ago. We started on a trend back then, and the notion of serving our clients as in their human needs became a trend about the time that I started in the business. and really took root about a decade after I started it. And so for the last 15 years or so, the probation industry, the probation occupation, the profession has really been focused on human service, really been focused on those things that provide support as a means to rehabilitation, really focused on support as a means to reducing recidivism and protecting the public. And I think it's important for us to note that those things that you value so much in your homeless outreach team, in the manner in which they do their business, those things that you appreciate in the efficacy of their work, well, that's what probation's been doing for the better part of the last couple of decades. So I appreciate the partnership that we have with the homeless outreach team. I appreciate the partnership that we have with our Health and Human Services Agency and our courts and our schools and everybody the probation department has to partner with in order to be successful in the work that we do, because we can't be everything to everyone. We're not even going to try to be, but we can bring partners along with us that supplement those things that we know to be successful in helping people move from a place of hurt and a place of harm to a place of peace and a place of healing, where they can have a positive impact on themselves and the people around them, as opposed to the negative impact that caused them to find them to be in the criminal justice system in the first place. Kim, you want to go ahead and bring up the brief presentation? Only six slides for you today. We'll go ahead and skip past that one there. Taking the opportunity to be with you today because nationwide this week we are celebrating probation, parole, and pretrial services week. And while we don't in California represent all of parole, we do represent a piece of the parole operation through our post-release community supervision activities. Of course, post-public safety realignment, probation takes on a significant percentage of those people that come out of state prison who traditionally would have been on parole, but of course now are under local supervision. I surmise that if I were to open up my crystal ball, you will see that continue to grow in the near term, being over the next 5 years, that probation departments and local government will continue to take on a larger role in supervising people in their own communities, rather than having the state take on the obligation or retain the obligation of providing supervision in communities with which they are not familiar. Even as closely related as we are in proximity to Sacramento, having parole agents out of Sacramento try to supervise people in South Lake Tahoe or in Georgetown or in Placerville is not terribly helpful, is not terribly useful, which is why we've partnered with the Parole Authority and CDCR to help provide services directly to our own residents who are under the supervision of the Parole Authority, because we think, well, we know that we're better at it. We know that we're more effective at it. And it's not through any fault of the parole system. It's just that they aren't built to do it. They aren't built to engage with people in the way that we are. They aren't built to relate to people the way that we are. They're our neighbors, not theirs typically. And so we have a different approach. We have a different manner in which we do business. Our probation department really does live on its vision, which is that we believe, truly passionately believe, that we can produce safer communities through changed lives. That if we can help change the lives of our clients, that the ripple effect of that work will be the safety of our own communities, the ones in which we live. And whether that community be a school, or that community be a neighborhood, or that community be our county, we believe that we can help improve the public safety of all of those various types of communities by working directly with our clients and providing them those things that they need to begin making the change. And that's really at the end of the day, what probation is all about is a change process. We have to understand human behavior. And what we do understand about human behavior is that you can't hammer it into shape. You have to mold it into shape. You have to support it into shape. You have to encourage it into shape. And so for us to think that we can utilize traditional ways of old to encourage people to get to the place we would like to see them be for their own benefit and the benefit of their family and our community is an antiquated notion. And we have long since divorced ourselves from that notion. We hope that people understand that the manner in which we do our work, we have found to be far more effective. Is it palatable? Not necessarily, when taxpayer dollars are being used in the way that sometimes they might be used in order to support people to transition from where they're at to where we need them to be. So when we're using resources to provide housing, to provide shelter, to provide transportation, to provide food, we consider these basic human needs. But the reality is you can't ask somebody to do higher level thinking to engage in a change process if they are hungry, homeless, and can't even get to the place you need them to get to in the first place. So we have to invest those resources at the front end to ensure that people are able to engage in the change process so that we can get them out of that cycle sooner, so that we can stop spending money on what essentially is the victimization of the community, themselves, and their family. So that's what probation is in its essence, is the engagement of those clients with those needs. We are the bridge to those needs. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we are celebrating the services across the country this week. Here in California, we take special recognition through the Office of the Governor, who also let out a proclamation this week honoring the personnel in the probation service. The men and women in probation are an extremely diverse population. We have a high percentage of female probation officers. We have a high percentage. We are well overrepresented in all minority categories, from like I mentioned, female population to Hispanic and African American and Asian populations, all working in the probation department, not because we actively go out and recruit for those demographics, but because people are naturally engaged in this business of all walks of life. People who come from a whole variety of different types of backgrounds, some from the military, some from people who have been brought up through the system through foster care, some who actually have been engaged in the criminal justice system at some point in time as juveniles or young adults and found a new pathway, or perhaps were helped along to a new pathway and decided that they wanted to be engaged in that work themselves. And so we have people from all walks of life and all demographics that work in our industry. And they're a highly educated, highly trained workforce. So we invest an inordinate amount of resources into their training because we have to have people working with people who are hurting and hurting others in a way that is meaningful and in a way that's effective. And there are scientifically backed ways that occurs. And we have to train people in those ways. We also have to train them to be top tier, first class members of the public safety population. They have to be well-trained peace officers. They have to be well-trained practitioners in the arts of public safety. And they have to blend all of that together into a synthetic, non-confrontational format that allows them to engage with other human beings in a non-threatening way. So we're going to put you in a uniform and we're going to give you a gun and a taser and pepper spray. And then we need you to not threaten people with any of that. And that is a high calling and a high order of business. And the reality is you have to be a person that understands yourself very, very well. And you have to understand yourself relative to the rest of the world very well, which typically comes through a high degree of experience, education, and training. And so we invest a lot in the people that we hire. We find the right people, and then we continually train them throughout the entirety of their career. We never slow down in training. From the day you start to the day you end, you go through hours and hours and hours of ongoing training because this is a constantly evolving profession. And we know that, much like the medical profession. You wouldn't want a doctor that stopped his training 25 years ago, right? You sure as heck don't want a probation chief that stopped his training 25 years ago and is operating on that modality. So it's the same type of thing. We operate in a practice, we operate in a profession, and we train to that, the latest and greatest in that profession continually. Next slide. So I mentioned that that we have a manner in which we engage our business. We're engaged in just about every aspect of the criminal justice practice. So from pre-trial, when people are first arrested and before they've ever seen a courtroom, we're there. In juvenile justice, we're there from that moment throughout the entirety of the process of the juvenile justice arc. So for a youth that is arrested initially by local law enforcement or is having difficulty in school, we're there. We're engaged in those difficulties. And if that arrest results in a detention, we're there. And if that detention results in a continued engagement in the practice through the court, we're there. And if they find themselves on probation, of course, we're there. And we're there for the duration of that probation. And for a youth, that might be one month, or it might be 7 years. And now that the Division of Juvenile Justice has shut down and the probation departments are now responsible for long-term detention, excuse me, of all youth in the system, no matter the crime, no matter the circumstance. We are in fact responsible for every aspect of juvenile justice in California. In the adult side of the equation, I mentioned the pretrial piece. We're there through pretrial, we're there pre-sentence to advise the court on an appropriate sentence and recommendation for a convicted person. And then, of course, we're there for those people who might serve a short jail sentence or no jail sentence at all, and then out into the community, and we're providing supervision to those people on felony probation. And then if they do go to state prison and they return home, more often than not, we're responsible for their supervision when they get home. So when I say we're involved in all aspects, my staff are engaged at all levels in all aspects of the criminal justice system, which means they have to be well designed to be able to take on every aspect of that business. And as you can see, it's multifaceted. So you can't just be a good field officer. You can't just be a good detention officer. You can't just be a good report writer. You have to be good at all of those things to be successful, especially in a smaller county where we call upon you to do a variety of things at a variety of times, depending on what the need is that particular day. So we look for what I refer to, next slide, please, Kim. What I refer to as the synthetic approach. I believe that we have to have staff that represent a synthetic probation officer, somebody that blends a variety of types of professions into a single profession that is corrections, that is a community corrections agent. It's not a cop, it's not a social worker, it is not a lot of things, but it is a little bit of a lot of things. It's a little bit of physician, it's a little bit of parent, it's a little bit of teacher, coach, cop, social worker, all of those things blended into a single occupation that's responsible for a whole variety of aspects of a person's life, especially when we're dealing with kids. And sometimes we're the substitute parent. Often we're the substitute parent. And it's our responsibility to do everything that you have all done as parents, or I have done as a parent, when other parents are not able to provide those supports to their kids. And so we step in and we provide or ensure that all of those things are provided. So we are either the direct supplier of those needs, or we are the bridge to people receiving those needs. And without them, that's when we see people fail. When they're disconnected from community, when they're disconnected from family, disconnected from support, well, what would happen to you? I know what would happen to me if I lost everything. Mm-hmm. And so it was said earlier there, but by the grace, I truly believe that the reason that we're all here today, able to be here, is because of the influences that we had in our life from day one to today. Well, we're not all so fortunate to have had those influences, and we work with those people oftentimes that haven't had the benefit of those influences. And it takes a special type of human being to be able to provide those types of services. So last slide. So I mentioned partnerships earlier on, and really the partnerships in which we engage, from the Office of Education to other law enforcement organizations, to the behavioral health services, transportation, housing, food, the whole gamut of which you can imagine that a human being needs in order to survive and thrive. Those are the partnerships that we know we have to engage in order to be successful for our clients. So we value people above everything else. We value people in my department as the people that are engaging other people. And we value our clients, and we value victims, and we value families, and we value the community as a whole. But we recognize that what we do above anything else is a human service, the provision of a human service. And if we're not good at that, if we're not good at being people, if we're not good at letting people understand they have value to us, and we truly care about them, then we aren't going to be successful, or at least as successful as we could be in our jobs. I had a great experience just less than a week ago. I was coming back from the airport in a ride share, and the gentleman driving the car, we were just engaged in conversation as you often do with your Uber driver. Maybe you don't, I do. And he had no idea who I was, obviously. And he started talking to me about his wife, who is a detention officer in a county very near us, and how much she loved her work, and how much she appreciated being able to help kids working in the detention facility, and how much joy she got and shared with him when she would see positive change in the institution. His wife is a great example of somebody who truly cares about the effect that she's having on people that need her support. And she understands it. She got it. And him sharing that little vignette with me was proof positive that it doesn't stop here in El Dorado County. And I'm proud to work in this county. I'm proud to work with the people I work with, but I'm also proud to work with the people in the state of California, where we have one of the lowest felony offense rates across the nation. We have one of the lowest return to prison rates for technical violations of probation and parole, because we value keeping people engaged. We value keeping people in the community. We value making sure that we're giving them what they need to be successful. Now, if they need to go back to jail, then they need to go back to jail. But that's not our first approach. That's our last approach. And we won't let people victimize other people between those two places, but we will make sure that we give them every benefit of the doubt when we are trying to keep them engaged in community and keep them local, because we know when we send them off, what happens there. And we know what we get when they come back. And so I shared with this gentleman, he said, by the way, what do you do? And I said, oh, I work in government. And of course, he probed a little further. What do you do in government? I told him where I worked and what I did. And this is what he left me with. He goes, I hear you guys are doing really good things up there. Wow, that's fantastic. That really started the weekend off right for me. I thought that was amazing. We have a young man that is serving a long-term detention up in our juvenile treatment center. He's going to be with us for quite a while. And he had a choice. He didn't have to be with us. He actually could have stayed at DJJ. It was a strange set of circumstances, and he had the opportunity to come back. And just recently, he was being interviewed by somebody who was asking him about his story. And they asked him, why'd you choose to come back? And he said, well, you know, at DJJ, I had lots of opportunity. There was lots of different workforce options. Like I could get trained in this or trained in that. And that was all great. He goes, but I never felt like they cared about me. Here at the juvenile hall, I knew they cared about me. And so I wanted to come back. And he goes, it was the right decision. I feel good about being here. And I feel good because I know that I'm safe and I know that I'm cared about. And that was huge. And so getting to hear him say that to somebody else who he had no benefit with to say such a thing was really heartwarming. And it continues to emphasize to me, I'm in the right place, doing the right thing with the right people. And so thank you very much today for taking the time to recognize those people. They deserve your recognition. They work very hard at what they do. And there is nobody doing it better anywhere in the state of California, or frankly, anywhere in the country right now. So congratulations that you have those people. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And are you going to be reading a proclamation?
I don't
or-
have your proclamation, so
Oh.
yes.
Would you like it?
Sure, absolutely.
Does it keep going? It's double-sided.
It's the new printer.
So I will unfortunately don the glasses.
Yes.
Today's proclamation of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors recognizing July 17 through July 23, 2022 as Probation Services Week. Whereas probation utilizes an accountability lens to be a connector and bridge for justice-involved individuals to receive the individualized rehabilitative services they need to be successful. Whereas probation is an alternative to incarceration, and California Probation's mission is to deliver a seamless approach to providing effective supervision and rehabilitation services to justice-involved individuals. Whereas probation professionals play a unique and essential role in our justice system and communities, probation is focused on helping justice-involved individuals transition out of the system permanently through transformative and evidence-based rehabilitation. Whereas probation officers are trained experts prepared to manage trauma and other needs of justice-involved individuals and safely connect them to the resources they need. Whereas California probation officers are diverse, educated, and gender equitable professionals focused on providing collaborative safety for our communities. Whereas probation connects services and needs to enhance community safety and the restoration of justice-involved individuals. Probation departments are a connector in the justice system, bridging the gap and maximizing the resources available within the courts, local governments, law enforcement, social services, behavioral health, schools, crime survivor organizations, nonprofits, and the community to reduce recidivism by carefully balancing direct human services and research-based deterrence and interventions. Whereas probation departments in California focus on supporting and advocating for policies that help justice-involved individuals transition back to our community safely and apply an equity lens to ensure these policies will effectively address the diverse needs of the people probation serves. Whereas probation's efforts to balance the need for accountability with individualized rehabilitative treatment and services provide justice-involved individuals the support and opportunities needed to move onto a healthier and safer life pathway. Whereas by delivering sustainable community safety, probation departments have a profound impact on the health and safety of our communities by working to reduce recidivism through evidence-based programming and supervision. Probation's success ensures that our state's communities are safer for all Californians to live and prosper. And finally, whereas probation professionals in El Dorado County have declared their vision to be safe communities through changed lives. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado recognize July 17 through 23, 2022 as Probation Services Week to highlight probation's immense contributions to our communities and state, passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado at a regular meeting of said board held the 19th of July, 2022 by the following vote.
Very good.
Very good.
This is your
That's
turn.
it.
This
That's
is
it.
your turn.
So thank you for that. And with proclamations, I've been kind of taking public comment first so that we bring it back to the board to
Okay.
kind of wrap it up if you're okay with that.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. So Kim, if we'll do public comment, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 46. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name from the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Awesome blossom. All right, then we're going to bring it back to the board and Supervisor Thomas.
Oh, Chief Richard, thank you so much for being with us today and so eloquently explaining the vast amount of services that your entire department provides our community. And every time you speak, I am just always inspired by the level of care that you exhibit in every facet of what you do. And I know that you represent a large network of caring, dedicated people behind you. And truly what you do changes our community. And I love the idea that it changes it and makes us safer, one life at a time, as you help people embark in the change agent process, which is not an easy thing to do.
Oh,
and so just continually inspired by your work and just immense gratitude for all that you do.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I too, thank you for the presentation and congratulations for the recognition, well-deserved. The probation department has done a tremendous job over the years and seems to be getting better year over year. So that's to your credit. I am struck by the parallels between what you're doing in probation for behavioral modification and what needs to apply with our homeless community. Because I think there's a lot of techniques, lessons learned, et cetera, that if we apply those when we get our emergency shelter set up through our navigation center, that we'll find we have a high degree of success, similar to your history. And I'm just hopeful that the Volunteers of America and the training and stuff will give them that capacity to do that. But I would encourage you, to the extent that you have the ability, to kind of help monitor, help coach whatever you see going on there, because I think it's the same thing. It's trying to convince people that they have a purpose in life, that people care about them, and that they can better themselves by changing. And if you can show them that path and reinforce it, as you have done, I think we'll see substantial improvements in the homeless community situation like we have in probation. So again, thank you.
Agreed. Thank you.
So me, wow, it's hard to follow, John.
Right.
Sorry.
Just say ditto.
That makes so much sense. It really does. And it's that passion and that caring, personal care. And I just want to recognize those behind you,
Thank you.
that are here today and say thank you for all your work and thank you for being here to support your chief, because we need to recognize you all do an incredible job in our communities, and you help to make our communities safe, as It's what I experienced when I did a ride along years ago. It was quite eye-opening, to say the least. It was great. You guys, y'all. But thank you again to your staff and for your all your passionate work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor.
And Supervisor Trimbu.
Yeah, I want to thank you for the presentation. It was great. And you know, and I want to thank everybody out there that's in the audience and stuff that's under you and all the hard work that you've done, and especially keeping our community safe in El Dorado County. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor.
And I'll just wrap it up with kind of what I said at the, hot team presentation, same thing, the partnerships, supporting, improving lives for folks in our county. That's what we're all here for. That's what county government really is here for. And so appreciate it. And thank you for bringing the proclamation.
Yeah.
So with that, this is an action item. Somebody should make a
Go ahead.
motion. I'll move to approve it. I would like
I
to
will
do that.
second. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
And with that, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. It passes unanimously. Thank you so much, everyone,
Yeah,
for all
thank
you
you
do.
again. Thank you.
Thank you, Board.
Thanks, Kenji. Thank you.
And with that, I would like to take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and do item number 6 and then follow that with our DOT item number 47, because they're kind of related to DOT. Thanks. Very good. Okay, we're back from our brief break, and since we have DOT on our minds, we're gonna go out and take care of number 6 first.
Item number 6 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to 1, rescind resolution 062-2022, and 2, sign a resolution for the November 2022 election to place a ballot measure requesting voters to support a 2% special tax increase requiring a 2/3 supermajority voter approval of the unincorporated West Slope Attachment C to the county's hotel motel tax, also known as transit occupancy tax. 3, rescind resolution 063-2022 and sign a resolution for the November 2022 election to place a ballot measure requesting voters to support a 4% special tax increase requiring a 2/3 supermajority voter approval of the unincorporated Tahoe area Attachment D to the county's hotel motel tax, also known as a transit occupancy tax. And 5, pursuant to Elections Code Section 9162A, direct staff to return to the board with draft language for arguments in favor of the 2 transient occupancy tax increase ballot measures for the November 2022 election.
Good morning, Tiffany Schmid with the Chief Administrative Office. Just as a recap as to how we got here, on April 25th, the board authorized staff to place 2 ballot measures on the November ballot to increase TOT, as Kim read aloud there, 2% increase on the west slope and a 4% increase on the east slope. On June 21st, the board approved a reconsideration of that item. Subsequently, the board reconsidered the item on June 28th, and they provided direction to staff to include revisions to the ballot measures to include a citizens oversight committee to revise the effective date if the measures are approved by the voters, and to add a concise title to the measures if possible. So today's item is to bring that information forward to you. We have revised the ordinances to include the Citizens Oversight Committee and the other revisions requested by the board. Staff also wanted to note that item 5 for this item, where we have requested the board to provide direction to staff to return with arguments in favor. Staff believes at this time that that direction is no longer needed. At the time, we didn't think we had proponents for the measures. We believe we now have a proponent for the west slope as well as the east slope. The east slope proponent will not be verified until tomorrow, so there is a little bit of a in between here. If one of those proponents drops out, then staff will return to the board. If they stay with us, we will not be returning to the board for arguments.
Oh, very good. Questions from the board? Supervisor Heidel, yeah.
Yeah, so the intent, Tiffany, would be that staff would bring forward a draft if we do submit an argument in favor, so the board could then discuss it. We're not going to create something separately that would come from staff. Is that correct?
That's correct. So if one of our proponents drops out, then staff would return next Tuesday with draft arguments for the board to consider.
Very good. Thanks.
You don't want a wordsmith from the dais?
Please, no. Yeah, no, we do that so well.
Only as required.
I know. And then anybody else? Because I do have one. Actually, I have 2 questions. I didn't want to have questions, but I do. So I'm looking at the ordinance, and it says that we'll come back to create the composition of the oversight committee later if this is approved. So we'll figure that out later, who's going to be on it and all that stuff, right? And then the only other question I have, and it's just because these are the questions I've been getting, is it clear enough that this will be in addition to the monies that are already spent? Because that's the big concern. You know, DOT is already spending money on road maintenance, and we don't want this. The citizens don't want this TOT to replace what's already being spent. And how will we account for that? How is that clear enough in the ordinance that that's the intent?
Would you like me to take this one? It is as clear as we can make it. However, the existing TOT tax is a general tax, and the intent is for it to remain so. That's to provide your board with flexibility. However, the board has budget policies in place and has made commitments to using TOT funding to help offset the costs of road maintenance. It's something that the board could change But as it currently stands, it's a general tax. The additional tax is a special tax, or would be a special tax. So both the 2% and the 4% increase, all additional funds would be dedicated to road maintenance, and that
Okay.
would not change.
So everybody feel pretty good about that then?
Yeah.
And then I guess the oversight committee would be reporting out on that too, to give that
Yeah.
transparency.
Yeah, so the public would be made aware if there are shifts made by future boards to change that.
Adds another layer of protection.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that works. I think that should work for everybody. Does that sound good? Okay. With that, then I think we need some public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 6. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
And I'm just going to ask really quick for clarification. Does our champion have anything to say? Because I know you were wanting to make sure this got pulled and everything. Are you good? Champ, got an A-OK from our champion. All right, with that, then how do we move to approve this by removing number 5? How's that? How do we say that? Just move to approve with 1 through 4 parts, or is that work, Kim?
Well, number 5 is the only one that seems to be in question, so we could modify the language there if necessary. But I'm not sure it's necessary.
Just
Right, we're going to take it off.
would just say make a motion to approve recommendations 1 through 4 and as recommended by staff, remove item 5.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to
Consideration.
approve items 1 through 4.
I'll second.
As recommended by staff, remove item 5.
Great, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay, then we can move on to our other DOT item, number 47.
Item 47 comes from the Department of Transportation and Human Resources, recommending the board, 1, approve the new department-specific class specifications of senior traffic signal and lighting technician and office engineer. 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to approve the following class specifications and allocations. And I'd like to read into the record some changing because the lettering was off a little bit. So A would remain the same. C would become B. E would become C, F would become D, G would become E, H would become F, I would become G, and so on. So we got off a little bit. I just didn't want the record to make it seem like there were more things being approved than.
The A and B on here is actually one item, isn't it?
Exactly.
That's what it, I
It's
didn't
a
notice.
typo with the
got
actual
it.
bullet points
Got it.
on there.
Okay.
So yeah, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you for that
We're very
clarification.
lucky Kim caught that.
Oh, no wonder it was kind of like,
That's
okay,
funny.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Sure. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Over the course of the last 3 years, the Department of Transportation has had difficulty finding technically skilled positions due to the very competitive job market. Even middle management positions have been difficult to find. Case in point, some examples, administrative analyst, we've had an open recruitment for 6 months. Associate civil engineer, it's been open for 10 months. Right-of-way supervisor, transportation planner, 1 year. We've been looking for those positions. The traffic engineering position took us 2 years to find a person qualified for that skill set. So what we're trying to do is fill positions to cope with our overwhelming workload. And if there are positions that just can't be filled due to the traditional title or skill set that we're looking for, then we should just eliminate them. And instead find other skills and experience that can help us fill those gaps with qualified individuals.
And so with the assistance of HR, we found positions and minimum qualifications that would help us fill that workload with technically skilled individuals for the capacity that we need them for. Also, what we're trying to do is to create succession plan. So a case in point, an example in that is our signal tech. We had a signal tech with almost 20 years of experience last year leave to go work for a consulting contractor. Now, fortunately, that consulting contractor was actually, we had a contract with that consulting contractor. And so we were able to hire him back as a consultant working for us, but we now had to pay double the amount that we were paying when he was a salaried employee. So as you can imagine, having that skill set in our own wheelhouse and then losing it. But fortunately for us, when he did hear that the operating engineers union was going to be actually increasing compensation, he came back to work for DOT because DOT is such a great place to work for. And so we're very fortunate to have him back. But nonetheless, we want to be able to have a succession plan where if once he does retire within the next 5 to 10 years, we have somebody to be able to fill his shoes. And that's such a technically skills position that if we can't just find somebody in the area or in the region, we'd have to go elsewhere or have to hire another consulting contractor. So we want to try and create a succession plan as well for our long-term goals. So that's why the Department of Transportation has come to you here today, is to fine tune our organizational chart to better fit the needs of the department and help fill the overwhelming workload that we have upon us. If you have any questions, myself and the HR director, Joey, is here to answer them.
Okay, Supervisor Trimble.
A question I have, it looks like the traffic operations used to be under, you're creating another job description for one particular person, but it was under actually the deputy director of maintenance. Was there any issues and the reason why you formed this other? I mean, did it always function properly or not? Or
it did function properly, but what that new skill set is going to be bringing to the county is that of intelligent transportation systems. So the industry of traffic engineering is moving away from what used to be classified as capacity increasing to capacity modifying or capacity efficiencies through the use of technology. Whereas before, in order to meet level of service criteria, we'd have to widen roads, build interchanges, create more lanes. Now the technology is moving away from that, and the industry is moving away from that, saying we need to deal with the capacity that we have now and instead increase the efficiency and the effectiveness of it. So what we do is we install intelligent software, intelligent hardware, create broadband intercommunication between signals so that they're communicating on a whole nother level. That is more technically inclined and has more technical aspects and more traffic engineering aspects that would be better suited under the a engineer's purview as opposed to under maintenance purview, because it will get a lot more into CIP as well. Currently, we have over 500,000 in funding from developers that we're going to be utilizing to pursue grants, to pursue broadband, to pursue intelligent transportation projects. And so it is going to be morphing into a more CIP and traffic engineering related industry. Now, if once a lot of this infrastructure is built out and it becomes more of a maintenance role, I've got no problem with reevaluating the organizational chart and saying, okay, Does it belong back in maintenance? Maybe it should stay in engineering. We are open to all aspects of trying to find where the best placement and best mentoring and management of our staff better is suited. And if it works great under one aspect, we'll give it a shot. If it doesn't, we'll move it somewhere else.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, Supervisor Heidel.
Yes, I was trying to connect the dots between the deletes and the adds. And I'm recognizing the administrative secretary and the Tahoe engineering. I'm presuming that becomes what's now going to be called the office engineer. Is that the change? Because administrative staff and engineers typically are different categories of skills.
They are. And so what we're trying to do with the office engineer, and that is one of those positions where it's a specialty position, but it doesn't need to be a licensed position. So in the past, we used to have senior civil engineers performing the task of office engineer, where they advertise projects, they put them out to bid, and then they award them. That technical experience does not need a licensed civil engineer to perform. Instead, we'd rather have licensed civil engineers out in the field inspecting work, checking plans, designing roadways and bridges. That's where we need the specialty of a senior engineer. So instead, we are creating an office engineer that performs more of the administrative staff of the engineering department. Like I said, advertising, going out to bid, reviewing ADA goals and timelines, going over the DBE goals. More of a program manager type position, not a licensed engineering doing engineering calculations. That's what we're, as I stated earlier in my initial conversation, we're trying to find gaps and positions that are more suited to what we're looking for.
But it would be a degreed engineer. Is that
it would
correct
be still
assumption?
a degreed
Okay, just
engineer,
not licensed for
exactly
civil or whatever.
We still need the technical engineering aspects of it.
Yep.
It just doesn't have to be the licensed portion of it.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Yeah.
Supervisor Novosel.
Yeah, just quick follow-up on that. So the administrative secretary in Tahoe, I take it we still have the same amount of positions up in Tahoe. They'll just have different terms.
They will, and once again, as I stated earlier, we've had trouble finding those positions up in the Tahoe area. What we are doing now is we're distributing some of that workload that maybe is more administrative throughout the engineers and bringing it down here to West Slope. So now some of our administrative staff in Headington and in Building C are doing some of that work instead of the administrative staff that was up specifically up in Tahoe.
But do you feel confident that we are staying at least at the same game as far as workload and ability to get things done in the Tahoe Basin? We are still at that same level of staffing and
we will, and that's the whole purpose of today's item, is to be able to balance out either deletes or adds and reworking of positions so that we can better accommodate for the lack of position up there. The office engineer actually would be filling in for those duties. So that's exactly what we need.
It wouldn't necessarily be in Tahoe. That's what you're telling us.
The office engineer could be working in Tahoe or on the West Slope. Yes.
Right. They could work in either.
Yep.
Side of the
yeah,
exactly.
I just always get hit up on, gee,
Okay.
are we losing employees in Tahoe because of, trying.
It's not to reduce staff in
It's not to
Tahoe and
reduce.
increase
It's
staff.
not
It's
in
not.
West Slope. Right.
Yep.
That's all I need. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, very good. Supervisor Thomas.
I just want to applaud this very creative approach to staffing challenges. I know our departments, across the organization as well as private businesses are having this challenge. And I think I think this is really clever to take a hard look at, it's the way we've always done things, and these classifications, are they still current?
Yeah.
Do they still make sense? And how can we, work within the framework to get the right people? I just really applaud that really creative approach and working with HR to accomplish that. So well done.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Turnbull again.
Yeah, just one more little follow-up question. One of the concerns that I have is you're taking an engineer out and having him dedicated in his, taking that part of traffic operations and putting it there. Is that going to delay anything by getting done? Because especially when you have a maintenance issues and stuff, let's take Melbray, for example. If we would have had an engineer on that thing, that would have probably cost us probably additional $200,000 plus. But not only that, would have delayed that project from getting done 2 to 5 years down the road.
As a matter of fact, that's a very good point. The signal technician position, as I stated earlier, is a very technical one, one that provides us the type of experience that comes with years of in the field and in cabinets and working on signals and signal heads. And so when that position left for a contracting consultant, the price tag came to double the amount that what we had when they were working for us. And like I said earlier, we're very fortunate that he came back to us. We are able to then train people at an apprentice level and then bring them up through their certifications and classifications up to the technical experience that we need, so that we don't need to have to require or depend on engineering licenses or contracts through consultants that are very expensive, and because of their insurances and liabilities, we have to pay more. It actually provides the department its own sustainability to have that experience in-house and not to be dependent on contract engineers and outside consultants for that type of service. So I believe that this restructure provides that succession, that training, that mentoring, that apprenticeship that builds that bottom up experience and knowledge that will serve us not only now, but into the future.
Okay.
All right, good. Thank you. I so appreciate that you're taking a look at this constantly, because the world is changing. And yes, I got a copy of that ITS plan, and it's a big deal. And so it's good that you're giving it the proper attention that it needs. A lot of our interchanges, I hope, and those ugly intersections can, benefit from this effort.
And another aspect to that is that position will now actually oversee a lot of the broadband implementation that the county will be doing that, because the ITS industry is a fiber optic oriented technology. And so then a lot of the department's overview of new projects that will be coming in for broadband will have a huge involvement with the new ITS supervising civil position and how we incorporate all this technology into our infrastructure.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
So with that, is everybody ready for public comment? Yeah. Okay, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 47. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. Inquiring minds want to know why HR is recommending DOT staff be reclassified and receive pay increases when Rafael Martinez and his staff are notorious for not doing their jobs in the first place. For example, during last week's Taxpayers Association meeting, it was evident that Lori Parlin colluded with Andy Nevis to prevent me from addressing Raphael, which is in violation of my First Amendment rights. Although I was the first in the room to raise my hand and keep it raised, Andy defiantly refused to recognize me. This has become his modus operandi, and it is evidence that Lori Parlin is sanctioning his retaliatory conduct, which is against HR policy. Instead, Andy called upon Planning Commissioner Chris Payne, Tax Assessor Carol Wayland, and others before abruptly adjourning the meeting 5 minutes early when I attempted to interject my question to Raphael. Why wasn't Matt Smeltzer terminated for his new debut during the June 21st Board of Supervisors meeting? Matt Smeltzer is a highly paid public employee, and these photos show his new debut took place on Zoom twice during a public BOS meeting. Therefore, the public has a right to know why Matt wasn't terminated for his unprofessional conduct, which reflects poorly upon the county and is against all public policy. Immediately, I approached Lori and Andy as I first addressed Raphael Raphael. I said, you have no right to respond, not to respond to constituents or to lie to them like you are prone to do. Same with your staff. You are a public employee and you are denying public services. Raphael responds with a broad grin. I know. You know, and you are arrogant about it. Get that smug look off your face. But Raphael broadens his smile sarcastically. By depriving me of the blessings of freedom, your unlawful actions prove beyond doubt to be antithetical to our recent national holiday commemorating the birth of liberty. Refer to New York Times versus Sullivan, which essentially says this nation is founded upon the profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues shall be uninhibited, robust, and widely open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. Apparently, you think you can supersede the U.S. Constitution and rule by fiat. Such retaliatory and tactical manipulations to unlawfully evade public transparency and accountability demonstrate your hypocrisy, abuse of public trust, and flagrant violations of your oath to support and defend the Constitution. Refer to U.S. versus Tweel. Silence can only be equated with fraud where there is a legal or moral duty to speak or where an inquiry left unanswered would be intentionally misleading. I believe that since HR is here, you should be able to respond to these remarks. Madam Clerk, please enter this into the public record, and I'm perfectly within my rights.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Chris.
Good morning, board. I'm in Lake Tahoe, Supervisor Novosel. I'm on the North Shore in Incline Village, and I'm looking at the lake.
Yeah. Are you lost, Chris? Are you lost?
It's. I wanted to let you know that it's wonderful up here, Sue. Right now, it's going to be no higher than 70 or 75. And that's a little different than what you guys are having there on the West Slope. But to the item, as Raphael has said, the whole system of traffic signals and their operation has obviously changed over the years. Traffic now is being networked in multiple signal systems, meaning intersections across the county are using this intelligent traffic system protocol. These are essentially, every time you come to an intersection, you're coming to a controller operated, which is essentially a computer. And these computers being connected then can talk to each other in terms of data transmittal. We're using now more cameras. Before they used to be hardwired under the pavement. Now they're using cameras. What essentially I'm trying to say is the complexity of the systems has changed so much that Raphael is now making the revisions necessary in order to go forward. I'm looking at the organizational chart on my smartphone. This position, the supervising civil, is a management position. It's not like a senior civil position. This is a management position equivalent to your deputy directors, at least in responsibility, not necessarily the total number of people that they're managing, because this is a specialty. But it is shown as a direct response to the director, Rafael Martinez. And as you know, he has past experience in West Sacramento in this business of traffic and traffic circulation. So I wholeheartedly support what Raphael's doing with this. And I hope you see it as I see it, as a very big positive for El Dorado County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
I am going to refer to the CAO to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the comments that keep being brought up specific to Mr. Smeltzer and the Zoom where he was logged in without a shirt on. That day following that meeting, I immediately had a conversation with Mr. Martinez, the Director of Transportation, and Mr. Smeltzer had called into work sick that day. To his credit, he was logging into Zoom to see if any of his items were going to be pulled so he could be available for questions. Now, granted, the circumstances don't look good. It's quite frankly, it's a very unfortunate incident for the county that it happened. But in conversations with the director, with Mr. Martinez, Mr. Smeltzer did call in sick all day, and I confirmed with his time card he was out sick all day. And I also confirmed that through his Sonatrol access, the card we use to access county buildings, he did not access the building before. He did come into work later that afternoon to pick up some paperwork, but he was not in the building before the board meeting started or before the video was taken. So it was at his residence as far as we can tell. So the calls for his termination, as anyone who works in the public sector knows, for a long-standing employee who's in good standing for their job performance, a single act doesn't result in termination. But it was an unfortunate incident, and Mr. Martinez has taken corrective action against the employee. And as everyone also knows, those are confidential matters and can't be discussed further beyond that. And so everyone is aware, my office is working with the IT director and the clerk of the board to try to figure out how to make sure similar incidents don't occur in the future with Zoom and video cameras, because mistakes happen, and we need to have some controls in place to try to prevent that as well.
I suggest these little camera things here, so because Zoom does that. Sometimes it puts you on before you even know what's going on. Camera thing you can get for a couple of dollars. Switches your camera off and on so that doesn't happen.
And there's also default settings. We're working with them to work through that. It's a little more cumbersome, but unfortunately, it's probably the world we live in right now.
I would like default settings, quite honestly. but yeah, it does happen. Sometimes we're in a hurry to get to a meeting. So anyway, thank you for that clarification. Bringing it back to the board. Any further questions, comments? Anyone want to move this item so we can approve it?
I'll make a motion that we move this item.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, very good. All in favor, say
We want
aye.
Kim to read it, or are we good? We're good?
We didn't make any changes.
Well, you made all the A, B, C, EFG changes, right? We got that recorded, right? You got it recorded.
To approve as written, right?
Yeah.
I don't have
To
Approve as
with
amended.
a
Approve as
correction.
amended.
Yes, that's a good point. Thank you
got
for
it.
that,
We
Supervisor
got it.
Heidel.
All
Okay,
right.
with that, we're gonna move to approve it with that one correction. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. It passes unanimously. Thank you. I'm looking at it. What time is it? Today's a blur.
30.
Wow. So I think we're gonna go see if we can take care of a closed session item or two, since that's the bulk of our agenda today. So with that, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 50 through 55 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 50 through 55. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, and now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, with that, we'll go into closed session, grab some lunch, and we'll be back at 1. Thank you. All right, we're back from some closed session and lunch. County Council, do you have anything to report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board met in closed session and heard items 50, 53, and 54, and there's no action to report out.
Very good. With that, we will move on to open forum.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. By now, you know that I may not be politically correct, but I am biblically correct. I have a moral duty as a Christian patriot to expose the works of evil and darkness to the light of truth. A few months ago, I received a phone call from an individual with whom you are all familiar. I was encouraged to continue my courageous whistleblowing on government corruption, but I was also warned that if other citizens supported or emulated me, then they would be retaliated against, just as county bureaucrats are retaliating against me. El Dorado County has a human resources policy prohibiting discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. All county employees are expected, whether on duty or off duty, to render the best possible service that will reflect credit upon the county. However, during yesterday's taxpayers meeting, Carol Lewis displayed the hatred, hostility, discrimination, and retaliation of the association against me, a senior citizen who's been a paid member of taxpayers since 2008 and serving in ministry for over 35 years. Carol announced a newly created policy to justify the revocation of my membership from the Taxpayers Association. She then read excerpts from Webster's dictionary about the definition of bullying, which included in part harassment, electronic communications, outbursts, threats, rude, disrespectful, or demeaning language. This was done live on Facebook and in the presence of public officials Lori Parlin, Don Ashton, Carl Whalen, Joe Harn, Janelle Horn, planning commissioners Chris Payne and Andy Nevis, and a multitude of other witnesses. When I voiced my objection, Andy refused to acknowledge me and abruptly adjourned the meeting. It should come as no surprise that it is the directors of the association who are the guilty parties projecting their issues onto me, which, as you know, is a radical left-wing tactic that is dividing rather than uniting our nation. To quote Democrat Carol Lewis at a meeting last year, "You've taken your advocacy and you have moved it into a form of bullying with the First Amendment and all of this shit that you have put out." The truth is, the Taxpayers Association historically has been used as a bully pulpit and a lobbyist organization colluding with government officials to operate outside of the law. This is a matter of public record. It is a matter of public record that Jack Sweeney has threatened me with repercussions, and Lori Parlin's own notarized affidavit documents Al Hamilton's threat against me. As for bullying and harassment, you've got plenty of factual evidence of that in the affidavits addressed to Chris Payne, Andy Nevis, and Todd White. With regard to rude and demeaning language, who can forget Todd calling me a bitch, a trashy whore, and go F yourself in the presence of George Turnbull. Their hypocritical and all unlawful conduct hasn't changed one iota. The question that needs to be addressed now is why hasn't HR taken disciplinary action as required by law? Madam Clerk, please enter this into questions or comments, make them at this time.
Anyone else in the room? We're gonna move online. Come on, Joe.
Timer's going. Good afternoon. I just wanted to give you some updates today on some issues that you've heard from me before. What I'm handing out to you today is a letter addressed to the Honorable Rudolph Contreras. He's the federal district judge overseeing the sentencing of Proud Boy Ricky Wilden. This is Ricky Wilden. You've seen him before. He's on the cover of a report that I submitted to you back in April. His sentencing is set for August 5th. And I submitted a copy of this report and one other about my being harassed by the Proud Boys here to the judge for his consideration in sentencing. Normally, the public doesn't have a right to submit sentencing information to the district court, but the U.S. attorney in his case has said that they will submit that without comment so that the judge can take that into consideration for a reasonable sentence, considering the totality of Wilden's extremist behavior, not just towards those in Washington, D.C., but up and down the West Coast preceding that, including here in El Dorado County. So I just want you to be aware of that. Another organization in Washington that's aware of that report is the George Washington University Program on Extremism. They've seen the report. They're interested in discussing it because it has implications, not just here in the county, but for the entire country. The second thing I want to update you on is I haven't heard a word from anybody in the county regarding my formal complaint about Linda Grimoldi and her acts towards me, including making false statements before you. And so I'm working on a draft that I'll submit to you next week of all the ordinance code violations. Mr. Livingston, if you'd like, I can give you a draft of all the ordinance code pieces that I took out. There's 5 pages that appear to be relevant towards the misdemeanor violations that I think that she's committed. And the bottom line for that is that misdemeanor violation is punishable by a jail term or fines. Even if it's an infraction, the fines can be substantial. And that's at the discretion of the district attorney if it's an infraction or a misdemeanor. The third issue I want to update you on is last week I attended the Veterans Affairs Commission meeting here, and I raised a point of order that the commission was out of order. And that's because we had a similar issue to the thing I brought to you this morning. On June 22nd, the county noticed that the chair and vice chair positions for Phil Houseworth and John Poimeru were vacant. So those 2 positions were vacated. During the day that notice was in effect, neither one of those individuals objected to it or made any objection on the record. So my point of order was that the commission was not in order, and I don't think that they should be in order going forward. I'm going to submit the details of that to you, but I'd like you to be aware of it because it has impacts beyond the commission. There's somebody else that has applied for the one of those positions, I understand, and this would affect not just the commission, but those that want to be a part of the commission. So I think it has issues. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Oh boy, take me. Karen Greenwood, District 352 or so. Yesterday, 2 years ago or so, Representative John Lewis passed away. He was a civil rights advocate, marched in Selma, was beaten almost to death, was the youngest speaker at the March on Washington. As he said, he often found himself in good trouble. I appreciated him, not that I didn't agree, but I appreciated his spunk. I appreciated his doggedness. I appreciated, well, just about everything he was doing. Again, we may not have agreed on how to do it and such, but yeah, I'll say thank you to Melody for trying her best to keep things honest here. We can hopefully disagree without being disagreeable. I think most of us manage to do that most of the time, so that's the good news. It is a forum for an opportunity. Also, and again, this may not be within your view, but I think there's some recommendations and or adoption. Our governor and our legislature have declared war on lawful ownership of firearms. As a firearms enthusiast and instructor, licensee, etc., I've been reviewing some of the bills that have been passed recently and some that are still under consideration. regarding CCWs and children's youth programs. They signed into law 2157 or 75. Oops. Anyway, just recently, if it were still current, would eliminate the 4-H shooting sports program here locally, as well as nationwide for that matter, or pardon me, statewide for that matter. They're trying to have us not teach gun safety to kids, and there's just something fundamentally wrong there. It's gotten out of hand. Governor Newsom said he'd get even for the New York State decision with the Supreme Court.
Kim.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 179.
Good afternoon, my friends and supervisors. This is Jonathan Gainsborough. God bless you all. I pray you had a good lunch and that the air conditioning is working there. Can you imagine being homeless in this series of 100-degree days and not having air conditioning and not even having electricity for a fan, not having an ice box with freezing capability for ice water? So we know there's 600 homeless still, according to the point in time count. The fact that this morning the hot team reports that there's per se 22, I didn't get all the detail. I caught the train late in catching the whole issue with some phone trouble at my end, but only 22 and homeless, quote unquote, as they call it, in the dirt, homeless, and that the majority are in the city of Placerville, where, of course, all of the stores and the services are. I just want to commend you all for moving ahead with Perks Court. How did we get to be one of the 4 pariahs out of 58 California counties? 4 counties. You got Almador, and you got Modoc, and you got one other little county, and then you got rich and powerful and influential El Dorado County. How did we get to be one of the 4 that refused to deal with the least, the last, and the lost? So to 60 heads, and I commend you for that moving ahead. Of course, there will be opposition. There's opposition from people that don't want it in their backyard. They don't want it in their county. They don't want it in our state. They wouldn't want these people in our country. But Jesus died not just for sinners. Jesus died not just for sinners like you and me that deserve nothing but hell and judgment, but he gives us grace and forgiveness and beauty and blessings with beyond count. So keep on, help the helpless and the voiceless. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett, Coshawn, Shingle Spring. My first comment is a bit tongue-in-cheek, but folks have spoken to you about the somewhat abrasive sound of your different bells. And as a Catholic, that's my faith tradition, I will point out that the bells that you end the comments with remind me very much of when I served at the altar. So you might have a church-state issue, tongue-in-cheek, and maybe finding a Liberty Bell tone or something like that would be both less abrasive and not remind me of all my hours serving at the altar. My main comment has to do with your great good governance workshops. You held one in January and one in July, if my recollection is correct. And so it's been a year, and I have suggested before that part of the good governance is, as prior speakers have spoken, for the public to learn to use this forum as well as the regular comments on agenda items in a civil manner that respects the role of both you, our elected servants, and us, the electorate that you serve. And I think having a good governance workshop with some breakouts for the public would be very beneficial in this extremely polarized time, reminding everybody that county governance, to be good, is nonpartisan, and the effort to interject partisanship into not just Board of Supervisors, but also school boards, just about any position these days has the potential, unfortunately, of being politicized. And I think us being proactive by having another good governance workshop, both for the board, but also with citizen workshops that break off, and perhaps each of you could take one small group of citizens and help us understand how we can help good governance rather than hinder it through our participation. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, with that, I think we're gonna
Remind everybody, please keep your cell phones muted or walk out, please. It's very interrupting.
Thank you. I was able to ignore that one, but yeah, it's not like our bell that everybody loves. So with that, we're going to move on to item 48. It's a hearing.
Item 48 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board, one, conduct a hearing to consider the annual report of delinquent mandatory refuse collection fees, and two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report of delinquency mandatory refuse collection fees for South Tahoe Refuse. Supervisor Parlin, could you please open the public hearing?
I open the public hearing.
Good afternoon, Board. Jeff Warren with Director of Environmental Management. And we also have representation from South Tahoe Refuse over Zoom to answer any questions if they come up. Residential solid waste collection and disposal is mandatory in the unincorporated areas of Lake Tahoe Basin pursuant to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and the El Dorado County ordinances. The goals of mandatory refuse collection are to reduce illegal disposal, provide for expanded disposal, recycling, and yard waste programs which support the county's compliance with AB 939 and institute a consolidated and single refuse collection rate within the designated mandatory collection areas. On December 29th, 1981, the Board of Supervisors adopted Ordinance 3214, Mandatory Refuse and Garbage Collection of South Lake Tahoe, which prescribed the duty of the parcel owner to provide the payment for the mandatory refuse collection and disposal rate fees. Consistent with the provisions of the county ordinances 8.42.120 and 8.42130, the county entered into a franchise agreement with South Tahoe Refuse to provide services within the unincorporated areas of Lake Tahoe, with the exception of a small area serviced by another franchisee. On January 26, 1999, the Board of Supervisors adopted Ordinance 4525, which revised the mandatory solid waste collection areas in the county and provided a lien hearing process for the delinquent mandatory collection amounts outstanding for 90 days or more, as well as the other, including other ordinance provisions regarding the administration of mandatory solid waste collection areas applicable to all designated mandatory solid waste collection areas. The lien process was adopted as a result of a large number of delinquent accounts within the South Tahoe Refuse mandatory collection area that were ultimately affecting the overall solid waste collection rates. The lien process provides it for the collection of bad debt and provides a mechanism that aligns the rates with the actual expense projections without being skewed by bad debt. Since it was instituted in 1999, the lien process has greatly reduced the amount of bad debt resulting from property owners not paying the mandatory collection rates. The lien amounts proposed are the amounts that have been billed and which are 90 days or more delinquent. The full amounts that are 90 days or more delinquent will constitute the amounts of special assessment liens on the subject properties. This includes a combination of courtesy letters and telephone calls to customers to try to resolve past due payments prior to initiating the lien process. In addition to South Tahoe Refuse standard noticing for the notices of fiscal year 22-23, lien process were provided to the property owners listed on Exhibit A to the resolution as follows. On May 7th of 2022, notices of possible lien proceedings for unpaid mandatory garbage collection services were sent by certified mail to each of the delinquent property owners. The notice included the delinquent amount, directed the account holder to South Tahoe Refuse, and described the methods by which the account could be brought to current order to avoid the lien process. June 3rd, 2022, notices of appeal hearing regarding possible lien proceedings for unpaid garbage collection services was mailed to each delinquent account holder who had not yet brought their accounts current. The notice provided the date, time, and location of the appeal hearing. On June 17th, 2022, an appeal hearing was conducted at Environmental Management Department, South Lake Tahoe office. Staff from Environmental Management and South Tahoe Refuse were present to provide the lien hearings, and no one showed up. July 8th, 2022, notices of lien proceedings for unpaid mandatory collection services were mailed to each delinquent account holder who have not yet brought his or her account current. The notice advised the public hearing and the date of which a delinquent account must be brought to current in order to have the account holder's name removed from the report of the delinquent fees placed as a lien on the property for fiscal year 22-23. Noticing required within the lien proceedings has resulted in an average decrease in the number of delinquent accounts by greater than 50% over the last 5 years, and in total delinquent balances by approximately 35% of the same period. The lien and appeal process prevented no less than $55,747 from being written off as bad debt by South Tahoe Refuse between 2015 and 2019, thereby helping to stabilize refuse collection rates to a greater degree than otherwise would be possible. Therefore, Environmental Management recommends the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 108-2022, confirming the annual report of delinquent mandatory refuse collection fees for South Tahoe Refuse, establishing the delinquent amounts of special assessments for fiscal year 22-23, and providing for the collection thereof in the same manner as the county's ad valorem property taxes as provided by the county's solid waste management ordinance.
Very good. Do we have any questions from the board? It's a pretty straightforward thing. Yes. So with that, Kim, can we have public comment, please?
Now taking public comment on item number 48. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, with that, I will close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it's approved unanimously. Thank you. And with that, we have like 6 minutes until our 1:30 items. So I don't think we can get any closed session done in 6 minutes. So we're gonna take a really quick break and we'll be back at 1:30. Okay, we're back. It's 1:30 and we can now move on to our 1:30 item, which is item number 49.
Item number 49 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board conceptually approve the creation of the Department of Community Services as a new county department to include animal services, older adult services, and community programs currently in the Health and Human Services Agency and the Parks and Trails Division, currently in the Chief Administrative Office, and provide direction to incorporate placing veteran services in the new Department of Community Services or explore assigning veteran services to the recorder clerk.
Hello, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. I'm here to present on the item. So I'll just briefly do a little background. Health and Human Services Agency was created in November 2011, and this combined the departments of Human Services and Health Services. And so currently HHSA is about 32% of full-time equivalent positions in the county. And this large span of control can present a challenge for a single department head who must approve contracts and all personnel actions while maintaining knowledge of all the program's budgets and policy issues. So following the resignation of the HHSA director in April, the Chief Administrative Office met with HHSA's executive team during the transition, and the idea for a community services department concept was developed. So the community services department would include animal services, older adult services, community programs like weatherization and energy, LIHEAP, parks and trails, and possibly veteran services. So as some background, Veteran Services was in the Recorder's Clerk's office from November 2009 until July 2018, when Veteran Services moved into the Health and Human Services Agency. There is some nexus between veterans and the Recorder's Clerk's office, as the Recorder Clerk files DD 214 forms for veterans. So currently we're recommending that the board approve the exploration of moving veteran services into the Recorder Clerk's office. If during that exploration it just doesn't seem feasible, we would recommend moving veteran services into the new Department of Community Services. So while in discussions with the HSA executive team and the Chief Administrative Office, it was determined there's a lot of overlap between HSA's programs, social services, public health, behavioral health, their homeless programs, and the other programs that we're recommending remain with Health and Human Services. Because of this overlap in policy issues, funding, and clientele, it just doesn't seem feasible at this point to move any of those programs into the new program of community services. The advantages of a community services department with or without veteran services is a more manageable span of control for the HHSA director. Also, the programs we're recommending move into community services have a similar community-wide impact or in reach, like animal services, senior services, and this community-wide impact could help develop operational stability and focus in the new program under one department head. So today we're seeking conceptual approval for this new department. If the board provides conceptual approval for the new department, then we'll begin to explore the feasibility of moving veteran services into the Recorder Clerk. We'll work out the details and determine what HHSA administration and finance staff need to move into the new community services department, what the structure of the new department would be, a transition plan and timeline, an estimate of any additional costs related to the department. So once all that analysis is complete, then we would return to the board in order to actually create the new department. And that would involve a new class specification for the department head, the personnel allocation to move the personnel into this new department, a transition plan, timeline, cost analysis, and then we'd also need to amend some ordinances and create a new ordinance for this department. So that's kind of the big, quick overview of the plan. And do you have any questions or comments?
I have so many, but does anybody want to open this conversation, or Supervisor Heidel?
As envisioned, what would be the number of FTEs in this new organization if you assume that the Veterans Affairs Commission goes under the Recorder Clerk? Well, just give me an approximate number. Does it cut down Health and Human Services by 10% or 20, or what are we talking?
Roughly, it would be around 100, and there is a big details that we need to figure out with the admin and finance division, but it would cut down about 100, little less than that, from Health and Human Services.
And they're currently at like 1,100 or something?
They're currently at 600.
600. So it's 1/6 basic. Okay, that's good. Thanks.
Anyone else? Oh, okay, here we go. You ready? Oh, you want to give it a go, Supervisor Thomas? I have some thoughts that I'll share and then you guys can discuss. How's that? So I wholeheartedly agree that HHSA needs to be broken up. As soon as I got in office, I was approached by folks that said it needs to be broken up. It's too big. And so I'm really glad to see this happening. As far as the new community services, is it department or division? I always get them mixed up. Department? Okay. My thoughts are that I've got two. I would like to keep veteran services there in community services. In my mind, well, you mentioned it, Emma, is that these are to address things of countywide concern. And I was looking at I printed it out. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. So this morning on the consent calendar, the board, we actually approved the suicide prevention 5-year strategic plan on consent this morning. And that plan calls out veterans in our county. It said that, and I think this is 2021 data, but I could be wrong. We have over 13,000 veterans in El Dorado County right now. And then the report also calls out that, it's really good data in here, by the way. It calls out that veterans have rates of suicide that are more than double the rate of non-veterans. So in my mind, I really want the veterans group to be in a department that, knows how to support them. And having it related to community services, which, has a strong connection with HHSA, when it's reorg, I think is really important. The veterans in the past, when Bill Schultz had it, quite honestly, my understanding is Bill offered to take it because it needed a home, that department needed a home, and he was a veteran. And so Bill did a lot of things to help out the county, but I think at this point, we really need to be thoughtful on where we put departments. And then, so I like to keep veterans with community services. And then as far as parks and trails go, I'm a little bit concerned about having that there in community services at this time, because right now the parks department, I think you guys all know how much, what's the right word? Well, improvement projects are happening right now. We're in the middle of a master parks plan. I've got Cronin Ranch out there spinning, which, is a multi-jurisdictional project. In my mind, they're almost more like land use things at this time. Once parks is settled down, which I don't know if that'll ever happen, is actually just collecting funds and fees and, that kind of thing. Maybe then it could go in community services. But right now, in my mind, parks is more of a capital improvement project type organization. So I don't want to move it into community services. I really think it needs to stay in the CEO's office where it has strong financial and land use support. So I like keeping that there. And so if we don't move parks over into this new community services department, and if we were to move veteran services out, then there's barely enough there to make a department. So that's another argument for keeping veteran services within community services. And then my understanding is that if we are to break off community services into its own department, there's a likelihood that we would want to maybe take the current deputy assistant, is it deputy or assistant director of HHSA? What's the right title? I get titles mixed up.
They have both.
Oh, they have both. Okay. So I think it's like an assistant for the director. I believe that person could put, we won't need another assistant there. The deputies would be here. So take that assistant and move it over. And this is all FTEs. I'm not talking about the people because of course, people will be applying and wanting these positions. So that would remove one level and move it over to running community services. So that's kind of where I'm at. This was really difficult. I do think it needs to happen though. And of course, today's direction, I think, is to ask that this be explored, is my understanding. So there's a lot of ways to go with this. But those are my thoughts. I threw them out there so you guys would have something to talk about.
Oh, good.
Supervisor Thomas?
Okay, great. Actually, I'm going to piggyback on my next question was, since today is a conceptual approval and discussion, and you touched a little bit about what is next, but how are we going to analyze this? And I'm going to preface that by saying, as this comes back to the board, I think the information that I will want to understand at a deeper level is not only the efficiencies of this new structure, including the cost of administration in this current structure versus what we had, but also from a customer service standpoint, will each of the programs in this new model have perhaps stronger levels of support without having such a super agency where perhaps especially community-based programs may tend to get lost in favor of the state's programs that are, mandates. And I do like the fact that, so much in this health and human services structure are have tos. They're funds that are passed down from the state of the services that we have to provide. And the community services are more flexible in meeting the individual needs of El Dorado County. So I like the concept of that. But I'll be wanting to understand, the levels of service in this new model versus what we have. So that's just kind of a heads up, I guess. And I don't quite know how to do that, but you do. So we're so glad you're there. And I didn't, at first I liked the idea of parks and trails here. There was a nexus to community services, but I do understand where you're going, Supervisor Parlin, with there are a lot of very large issues in the Parks and Trails Division right now across our districts.
Yeah.
And I am open to the conversation. Is it better in the CAO's office now with the perhaps understanding that once some of those larger, more controversial projects or labor intensive projects get resolved, then it perhaps goes back into community service. I'm open to that discussion. I hadn't considered that before.
That's kind of,
I'd also like to understand staff's perspective from that too,
Yeah.
because I hadn't had a chance to explore that with staff. So
very good.
my thoughts for right now.
Supervisor Novosel?
Yeah, well done. Can you guys say something?
I can.
He didn't turn on his button yet.
I was anticipating a question from Supervisor Thomas, but she stopped short of that. So
What is staff's perspective on that? Yes.
That's a great question. That's something we talked a lot about. One, I think we need to put in context the time frame of when this would be implemented.
Okay.
And in all likelihood, it would not be implemented until the 22-23, the 23-24 budget. So we're looking at July of next year before these moves would happen. So there will be some progress on the parks projects between now and then. Will all the parks projects that Supervisor Parlin is referring to be done by then? Absolutely not. So I keep that in mind as you're going through this. I've thought a lot about, should the CAO's office be administering programs? And I think there's an advantage to it because my office recommends and/or sets policy. And sometimes if we don't have the programs in our organization under the CAO, we may not recognize the impact those policies have on someone trying to run a department and a program. So I think some program is good because it keeps us honest a little bit. But you don't want your CAO overseeing too many programs because then it gets distracting from what their primary job is. And you think we've added ambulances to the CAO's office, emergency preparedness, which I think are the right decisions. Fire resiliency is now under the CAO's office. Parks has quite frankly been in many places in the organization, El Dorado County, over the years. So we're starting to become a program department to some level as well, in addition to facilities, fiscal support, and those things. So that's why we thought about moving. We wanted to explore moving parks, but I recognize the issue. And you're right. I've told you guys before, my weakness as a CAO is in land use areas. Well, that's why I asked Tiffany to come be my assistant, because she has that land use background and that hits parks a lot in CEQA. So there's definitely that nexus there. And I would never suggest put parks in planning. That would be, I think that would be a bad idea. So I hear what you're saying. But I do think the county needs to be aware not to expand the CO's office too much into different programs.
True.
Moving forward.
Thank you for that caution, and especially with a new CAO next year.
Yeah.
So I was gonna, oh, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, go ahead. I was gonna just expand that, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. So when I was looking at this, I thought it made sense to put parks in the community services for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's not a huge organization. And yes, if they have more, they need more. And they need that focus. And Don, that's exactly what I'm worried about is there may not be enough focus. I mean, there'd be more focus, I guess what I would say, in a new department such as this. And they wouldn't be coming into it in a year or two, with all the organizational issues that will occur naturally when you make a change. So, and the fact that the parks and trails only represents 5 FTEs. If you take out that and veterans, that's 12, that's only 12% of the community services. You still have a very viable community services department in my mind, if you take out both of
Okay.
those.
Okay.
And then my concern with the veterans is exactly as you pointed out, is there's a lot of health needs, a lot of HHSA needs from the veterans that perhaps, in my mind, maybe it still needs to or go into HHSA and fall under that because they have a lot of more issues there when we're talking about many of their issues. Of course, there's some community. I mean, it could go either way.
Yeah.
Because you have the monument and those issues, but then you have mental health and behavioral health, all that, and just health. So, I could go either way with that one. But bottom line is, I think I like the idea of this community services department. I do think that that's going to be, looking at a good balance. I think I like the initial there. I would say Parks and Trails, perhaps could stay there and you could blossom in there really, on their own. So just I'm not going to be here next year. So I'll just go by what y'all say. It's my 2 cents.
Very good. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so the term community services to me, it brings on an interpretation the public will have what services are within that, right? It's services that extend into the community that have a lot of engagement, interaction with active programs within the community, those kinds of things. So my perspective is the Parks Department really fits better in community services than it does in the CO's office. No offense, but to me, if you're looking at that title, community services, where does it best aggregate? And you can argue in favor or against, but one of the things I want to make sure that we understand is that staff has been queried relative to their preferences, because I reached out, for instance, to my representative on Veterans Affairs Commission, got input back that they would really rather be under the recorder clerk's office, that they feel they have better representation there than they would under a new organization that they don't know a whole lot about right now. So different perspective, different inputs, but I would hope we would have talked to all the staff to try to figure out if they have a preference. If they're neutral, it doesn't matter. But if they have strong feelings one way or the other, like in parks, I guess I'd like to understand that before we kind of solidify the path forward.
Well, and Supervisor Heidel, you know my style. We talk to staff.
Right,
We don't-
absolutely.
And
I expect that, yes.
yeah. And as Emma said, with HHSA, we talk to the exec team. I know Tiffany has had some conversations with Vicky about this. Can you share what her thoughts were?
I think Vicky is just a very open person. So, so she
Okay,
honestly,
she's flexible either way.
yes, she was willing to do whatever was for the best for the county, is what she conveyed.
And then in regards to veterans, Supervisor Heidel, our staff's initial recommendation was just have veterans in community services.
Right.
But they, I reached out to the chair to let them know we're thinking of a shift from health and human services to community services. And that's when a couple of them approached me and said, well, if you're moving us, consider putting us under the recorder clerk. I did speak to our recorder clerk. She's in the audience today if you have questions for her, to see was she even willing to have that conversation.
Right.
And she is. So we're engaging as much as we can, but that's kind of where we're at. In regards to where Parks goes, Supervisor Heidel, no offense taken of it not being in the CIO's office. That's kind of why we suggested put it in community services, because I agree with you. It without the appropriate staff or perhaps a vacancy in the CAO's office, parks will get kind of forgotten. It's just not the priority. And we've had this conversation before with our larger organizations. Supervisor Thomas, you talked about stronger level of support versus efficiency a little bit. I don't see any of this to be for efficiency purposes. I want to be very clear on that. It may cost a little more money to do it. I do see it as improving support for those smaller level programs. That's the reason for the recommendation.
Thank you.
Supervisor Turnbull's got his button on.
One of my concerns is Veteran Services taken out of HHSA because they need a lot of services like Sue was talking about, especially when you're talking about the mental services that can be that. And plus there's a lot of these veterans that are homeless too, besides. So I think moving it into a veteran community services is not really feasible, especially when you're talking about a lot of veterans that are homeless and need the services they need.
So are you saying you want it under one of the HHSA departments?
Yes.
Okay. If we were to do that, just throwing it out there, which one would it fit in the best on for veterans needing, like the suicide prevention, those kind of services? Which one of these departments is best for that?
That's a great question.
I
'cause we
know.
moved-
That's where
it's
I
in
struggled with
community,
it.
right?
Should they have their own department off of HHSA director? Or they're gonna need to go under?
They'd have,
Public health, I would think.
I mean, Daniel's here and he could provide his input. I don't know if he knows better than I. It just simply doesn't really fit with the realigned programs. And that's the challenge here. And we also have to keep in mind, all of our departments are expected to work with each other. We do get into silos and things. I think that's a potential for any large organization. And we have to constantly remember that collaboration, whether you're under a department head or not. The realigned programs, because the funding stream is so similar and because of 10% transfer authority, I think that's a strong reason to keep all those under one department head to make those decisions. But I think we kind of made a mistake of piling too much into Health and Human Services over 10 years. In an effort to do what you're asking, Supervisor Turnbull, to make sure one person's accountable, but then it's an unrealistic expectation for that one person. And perhaps it needs to be separate departments, and the accountability of those department heads to work together when they need to. And you look at all the things going on in Health and Human Services right now, homelessness, behavioral health, the level of collaboration they have to have with the sheriff's office is more than it's ever been. But we would never suggest putting Health and Human Services under the sheriff if you expect the departments to work with each other. But the reason you're saying is why we put it in Health and Human Services to begin with. But I've heard for years from the veterans, almost going back to the day it started, the concern they will get forgotten there and won't be the priority and won't have the level of advocacy they want because it's too big of an organization. Okay. And I think to some extent that's been validated. And not by any fault of any existing employees. It's just the scope is so broad. Okay, just my thoughts.
That was just my concern, that's all.
Right.
Well, when you consider things like pandemics and the Caldor fire and all those things and where those resources are pulled, those other organizations and a huge just kind of gets lost in that period. And I think that's what we experienced for the last 2 years. And that just makes the situation worse than maybe what it was before that. So recognize we're not past all those things. They will happen again someday, right?
Yeah.
I think it's better to be prepared with more dedicated support for some of those critical services to the community.
What does that mean? What is that? Where were you headed with that?
Well, I want to hear Janelle's comments first. I'm gonna withhold because if she's not receptive to that part of the discussion, that's fine. And I also like to get some public input before
Got it.
I provide any more thoughts. But thank you for that.
Okay, Janelle, you want to come up since you've been mentioned many times? And we won't lump you into public comment. Oh, Mike, sorry, button, yeah, it's red. There it goes. Now we can
Now
hear
it's
you.
green.
There you
All
go.
right.
Sorry about that. I didn't know it was off.
No problem. Janelle Horn, Recorder Clerk. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I thank you for the opportunity to think of me to be able to do this position. Just wanted to let you know that I am actually a veteran wife. My husband is a Marine Corps veteran. My grandfather is a World War II Army veteran. So veterans is very near and dear to me. But needless to say, what does it have to do with the Recorder Clerk's office, right? And I think that that's what you're curious about. The Recorder Clerk's office deals with veterans on a different level, basically an administrative level of where we would file their DD 214s. And basically the idea that I have into being how can we serve our veterans better is making sure that they actually do that. They don't have to do that, but I feel that with working in collaboration with that department, requiring that our veterans do file those DD 214s with our office would be a better service to them, and being that if we have a fire, if they lose it, if it gets destroyed, we can issue a certified copy to the veteran right there on the spot instead of having to wait for the National Archives to get that copy, which could be a couple of months. Also, we have the ability to issue the ID cards that they do there now. So in that we could possibly issue those ID cards with that recording number on there so that they can always refer back to it later and know that they did that, because that might be something that they would forget.
Janelle, can you give us the definition what that form is?
The DD 214 form is basically their release papers. Once they are discharged from the military, they receive a DD 214 form. It is so important to them. It is basically their proof, and allows them to be able to receive services. It allows them to be able to apply for a mortgage to get a VA loan. And so it is the be all document and they do get lost, they get destroyed, and it's their most important.
How many veterans do you think don't use that service, that don't get that? Is this a high level?
I would say probably 98% do not use the service.
Really? Wow. Wow, that's huge. Okay.
So the other thing is that when I was approached to think about this office, I didn't just say yes right away. I did some research in regards to the office, into their budget, looking at what their staff does, what are the responsibilities, to see if it was something that I could take on and if it was something that I was willing to take on. And I do believe, looking at the full picture, that I can be there to support them, and I can be there to help them accomplish their goals of serving the veterans to the best of their ability. And so whatever decision that you make, I just want to let you know I'm very respectful. It won't hurt me in any way if you decide not to go that way, but I am willing, and I do want to do the job. So unless there's any other comments or questions.
Have you thought about staffing? If you've really considered what role you'll have to play, have you looked at staffing requirements? Does that mean an additional staff member, 2 staff members, and would there be any consideration of transfers out of Health and Human Services, or would you start anew? I mean, just your first level thoughts.
So I did look at and compared to, that was part of my research, is I did pull the budget from Butte County and Placer County and looked at what their staff numbers are. And I think that there can be some changes. I think that right now what the recommendation is for next year is to have 7 total staff members, which is 2 more staff members than what Placer County has. So not being there and seeing what everybody does and what the duties are, I can't make a determination that would be something that we would take away positions right away. But I don't know, also, I didn't get a full breakdown of, okay, are these health and human service staff members, or am I only looking at veteran services staff members? So I just need more clarification and more understanding on how the department is run. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Because there's a separation there between the services
Yeah.
provided for public health purposes and those for veteran services.
I think
So-
that I have the staff to be able to take over some of the items as far as creating documents and that need to come to the board for approval. I think that I've worked out with the auditor's office to be able to assist with the financial portion of getting their bills paid and all that. But as far as how health and human services, if any of that is out of that department, I'm not sure.
Okay.
If that were to come over to my department, I would assume that the health and human services portion would stay with health and human services.
Okay,
Is
thank you for the
that
clarification.
correct,
That's-
Dawn?
Yeah,
Okay.
that seems like the right mix. I just, wanted
Mm-hmm.
to make sure that it wasn't all of the veteran services, going with that change. It's really the veteran support services, so to speak, as opposed to the public health services.
Correct. So it's basically running that department to the best of its ability to serve the veterans in our community. And then, of course, the goal is always to work with the other departments that where if they need to refer services out, that's what they do now anyways, is referring those services out to the different departments within HHSA.
Thank you.
I see that.
Did you look at, do other counties do this? They have their veteran services underneath. report?
I'm not sure. I didn't go that deep into the, I think most counties, from what I pulled, they have it under HHSA. So seeing that we're doing a whole different restructure, I think, I didn't look at the whole state.
Okay. Do you know, Don, did we look at that at all yet? Or we haven't explored that yet?
We haven't explored that, but based on my experience, I doubt there's very few, if any, others that have it under the.
That was my thinking too. And I'm just a little bit concerned that, none of us are here forever. And if this isn't a logical structure, I'd hate to do it just for while you're here and then the next person comes in and then we move, it'd be nice if we could create a structure that lasted beyond who's here kind of thing. You know what I mean? So it's nice that you're willing to take it on, but if it doesn't make sense, that concerns me.
I think if there were to be any department that actually has paperwork dealing with that office, that would be ours. And I think that there could be a long-term relationship between the departments on how they run, and making sure that the veterans do file, that we get them their ID cards, and that and we just have that working relationship together.
We don't have that now.
No.
So that's all. Okay.
I think from talking to other veterans that there is definite room for improvement for the services within the community. And I think of us taking a step of showing that we're trying to do that would be beneficial.
Great. Thank you, Jill. Anybody else? Questions now? Thank
No.
you.
Thank you for the consideration.
All right. Do we want to get public comments? Then you guys ready? All right, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 49. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
My name's Joe Harn. I'm a resident of Cameron Park, and I've watched county operations with a keen interest for, since the 70s. I support the CAO's recommendation that you should take the CAO and your board should take a hard look at this reorganization, even though I don't like reorganizations because they mess up my books and they make it so the budget book isn't comparable one year to the next year. I support the recorder clerk taking over veterans. I'll tell you a little story about IT. We used to have an IT department that would make the CAO's budget estimates. It would come in with whatever the CAO told them to come in. And whatever board budget goals the board set, IT would make those goals. But the department heads of IT wouldn't be blunt with the CAO, or they didn't want to stand up to the CAO, and they didn't want to stand up to the board and say, we've got this piece of equipment that's got 6 months life left. We need to start spending some money and planning to replace it today. And so for a couple of years, the district attorney was the IT department's spokesperson. And there were some problems with that, but a number of huge problems got fixed because the district attorney would say, hey, wait a minute, you don't understand. We can't meet the CAO's budget target this year because this piece of equipment is about to wear out. And if that happens, the auditor won't be able to do payroll. So again, I don't like reorganizations, but I enthusiastically think that we should take a hard look at the CAO's recommendation. You should conceptually approve the CAO's recommendation. And I don't think it makes sense to have, and I know a lot of counties do it, to have veterans over HHSA, because somebody, when there's something the veterans need, it's got to be a very high priority. There's got to be a spokesperson and a champion for it. And I have every confidence that like when Bill Schultz was here, Janelle would be a champion for what the veterans need. They can tell you, I think, that they haven't always been listened to for the past few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else in the room? We got a couple people coming up. It's a race. Let's see who gets here first. Come on up, Kathy. She was closer.
Good afternoon, Chair Parlin and members of the board. Kathy Lishman, Chair of Friends of Seniors and an avid supporter of the senior programs our county has and the wonderful people that work in them. I have to say, I've never come to a board meeting that was this empty, nor a parking lot where I could find a parking place. And I don't know whether that's good or bad. I would like to commend the administration for taking this step to make changes to the Health and Human Services Agency by creating a new community services department. I think it's really important. While the original goal seems to be to reduce the turnover in the HHSA department, perhaps a greater importance is the work of uniting the range of senior, housing, nutrition, energy, and related services so important to the independence and well-being of thousands of county seniors and families. It will be a challenge. Our seniors and the many community services volunteers and staff who serve them well will need your support in making it a good transition, but there is a potential to do much good here. I appreciate the board comments today and the questions and wonder how all the issues will be resolved going forward. And I look forward to your discussion after public comment. And I was sorry not to hear from Daniel today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Actually, I was going to ask Daniel after public comment a couple things. So be ready. Would you like us to move the podium down for you? We can do that. We can totally do that. Watch. It's pretty cool. Okay, I didn't say it was fast, but it's cool. Look, go down.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, the board. My name is Terry Thomas, Marine Corps veteran, and I'm also the Veteran Service Officer at El Dorado County. I was hired November 20th in 2021. I want to speak about the comments that were made and ask a question: has any of the board or anyone came to Veteran Services, talked with the Veteran Service Officer, met with the staff, and got an understanding of the type of work that we do when we serve the veteran community? George.
Yeah.
May I say that, George? Because I don't want to say your last name wrong. You said that, the services under HHS is what would be like a collaboration with veteran services. And if we moved from up under there, what would happen to those services? Well, those services will still be there and we will still collaborate with HHS. The work that we do, we deal more with the Veterans Administration than we do with county departments, which HHS, a lot of veterans don't even qualify for some of the benefits through the county, and that's because income situation, but they would for the VA. We do collaborate with HSS programs that give a little benefit to veterans until they can get to the Veterans Administration and get those benefits approved or denied. And then there's appeals process. I would ask that all of you, even including the recorder's clerk and everyone, to really come down to Veteran Services and speak with me, the county VSO, because I never met anyone that's up there. And actually the news came to me from somebody off the street, and that shouldn't happen because I'm a veteran service officer and I need to have communication, with everyone so we can best serve the veteran community and, best represent El Dorado County. So that's all I really had to say. And I just wanted to really introduce myself. And I look forward to meeting each and every one of you down at the Veteran Service Office, and have a good rest of the day.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
We can all adjust, right?
Yep.
Leo Bennett, Koshan, Shingle Springs. I appreciate your comments that you heard from the public, where you heard senior services, because you spoke a lot about veterans, but you didn't speak about us older adults. And my background academically, even though I chose not to use it and went into teaching special ed, is public administration. And part of when you reorganize, and you've been talking about that, is you can lose little departments and big departments. And being with the chief administrative office has a certain clout. And there's a tendency, and this is no negative towards your wonderful chief executive officer, but to do these things top down. And I think you just heard from Veterans Affairs, the officer, that that's their experience. I'd urge you to table this, that a conceptual approach needs 3 tiers. The top-down approach, which you're hearing today, but you also need to have your budget numbers, and most importantly, you need to have input from the line service people, and in the case of senior citizens, us consumers. So I've had great dealings with senior services. I was a little concerned looking at it. Oh, we're going to be with animal services. But hey, I like my therapy dog and all of that. But that particular synergy, I think, is animal services, older adults, veteran services, parks and trails. I think you follow me. That's a great retirement mode. So again, I would urge that you table it, give direction to your staff, and bring back, this is a great beginning, but a deeper and wider consultation project so that you have a big concept, not just the top down. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Anyone else in the room? All right, we're going over to Zoom.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good afternoon, board. Andy Nevis, Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County. First of all, just wanted to thank CAO Ashton for stopping by our meeting yesterday to give us a little bit of an overview of this item. was on short notice. I texted him on Saturday and he was there yesterday morning. So I really appreciate that. A couple of comments at this stage. I think our fundamental concern would be with the the increased size of county government. And so certainly I understand that this is a conceptual approval today, but when the item comes back, I think we'd really be looking to see a breakdown of how the costs and positions are going to change. And I do understand that would be part of it, but that would be what we would be looking at, as well as performance indicators of, how is this going to improve, if it's going to cost more, how is this going to improve the services that are provided to our residents? We really should be able to look, let's say this starts in January of 2023 July of 2023. In July of 2024, we should be able to look at it and say, did it work or did it not work? And so in order to do that, there have to be some sort of performance expectations attached to it as well. On the veteran services piece, I think this is a little bit of an issue of an individual versus a position. I think Janelle would do an absolutely outstanding job with veteran services. I really do. I know she's passionate about it. And I think she would find efficiencies there and really be able to serve our veterans in the way that they deserve. On the flip side, has already been identified. I'm not sure how sustainable that is with future recorder clerks. We have to look beyond the folks who are in the current position, and whoever, not that I expect Janelle to go anywhere anytime soon. She just got reelected, but if she ever does, we want to make sure that her successor would also be able to succeed in that position. So I think that's it for now, but definitely look forward to future conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Now taking public comment from Chris.
Afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Chris Payne here in beautiful Lake Tahoe. As the CAO commented yesterday, as Andy Nevis had talked about, this is the first step in a multiple step process with a couple of returns to the Board of Supervisors to update and eventually budgetary approval of the new county organization if you determine that to be necessary. The veteran affairs, I'm a Navy veteran, and so was Bill Schultz. He was a chief, so obviously I had to respect him. Him being, I think, an E5 or E6, excuse me, E6 or E7, and I was only an E5. So in a military reason, I respected him, but also I respected him for his ability to process what we needed as a veteran. Also, we've heard today about the older people, of which I'm also that too. But I have in my hand here my veterans identification card. This was very easy for me to get. All I had to do is get my DD 214 in. Our Veterans Services Office handled everything. But what I was going to say is Veterans Services is actually administratively self-sustaining. They only need county government for the sake of having a budgetary element to allow them to go forward. Space provided, services provided. They know how to do it. Staff knows how to do it. So as you think about putting it someplace, you actually have to think about it, not about changing anything, but enhancing what we already have. I do want to also say that I pulled up the county website under government and looked at all of the organizational structure that we currently have. So when we talk about these changes that may be proposed, I'm looking at the different categories, land use, law and justice, I'm looking at health and community. There is a lot here that people don't realize, and I don't want any of this to be lost on this opportunity. Those are my thoughts for today. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Laura Brentbaum.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. First question I have to ask is my voice any better, Lori? Because I did buy a new microphone just for you.
Yes, thank you, Laurel.
Good. I don't want to repeat a whole lot of comments that we are in support of, but I'm very excited, as is my board, for the conceptual approval of looking into this. Obviously, the devil is in the details for an undertaking, well, any undertaking, but especially this one, and identifying who fits where and when. And I think that those are the things that are going to be brought back to you. So our chamber would support this conceptual approval today. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. And it's good to hear you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, Board. This is Ken Greenwood. I just need some clarification here. It's a little confusing, and a few comments. Where to go? Older adult services versus senior services. Are we talking the same people? I see in the community or in the potential version 1, and I believe 2, it's called senior services, as in the current, but the title or the presentation, if you will, of the agenda item on Legistar, which is still hard to use, by the way, and there's no reference to the agenda number in Legistar, or at least easily known. Anyway, that it talks about essentially old people, of which I'm one. I'll join Chris and older adult services. Anyway, so I'm just trying to verify that these are essentially one and the same. And then also, gosh, in 30 years, I can recall that the Parks Department has been shifted around. And DOT and I can't remember the multitude. It seems like multitude of divisions or whatever that they were under as a department. One of the things, though, that just brought up by the recorder is, well, wherever Veterans Services ends up, perhaps we can, I don't know, make it a requirement, but at least encourage these people to, since 98% of them are not recording this document, that they should hopefully be maybe required or encouraged to do so to get services, not necessarily as a bar to services, but certainly encourage them. And Janelle or Ms. Horn gave a good reason to do so. I mean, there's no issue there. But if we could get in and encourage these folks to get that done, that may help their situation. Hopefully, whatever we do, whatever we decide on doesn't cost us more money. And that is where the Taxpayers Association, I'm sure, is coming from. And I hope the board is coming from that also, because we don't have the more money, if you will. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Oh, where'd it go? Okay. So we'll bring it back to the board. There were some questions asked, and I'm thinking, do you want to handle a couple of them, or I was thinking of maybe asking
We're gonna ask
Daniel.
Daniel
if
to talk.
Yeah, well, I was
Sure.
just
Okay,
going to
later?
ask Daniel if he
Okay.
wanted to come address some of the questions that were brought up,
Yeah,
and then we
please.
can follow up with that.
Yep.
I thought that would work out well. And sorry I didn't see you back there earlier. I would have asked you to come up sooner.
That's okay. Good afternoon, board members. Daniel Del Monte, Health and Human Services. So in response to some of the comments made, The agency rolled out a communication strategy that triggered on June 30th. So as we were in coordination with the CAO's office for this item, that was when an all sort of agency message went out, where we informed all the divisions of this item pending, the reasoning behind it, and what would be discussed today. And so some of those points made in that communication were that, you know, there would be no reductions in force. We're not lowering services with this. We're looking at creating efficiencies. We're looking at creating sustainable departments, sustainable roles for department heads that allows for maybe more intentional sort of processes and communications from the director with the programs, given the large span of control in HHSA. So from there, you know, I just want to apologize for any staff that felt that communication didn't occur sooner. I'm sure that there may have been some communications in advance prematurely with certain folks that may have approached staff, but we on the exec team in HHSA rolled out those communications on June 30th. So a little over 3 weeks ago, or about 3 weeks ago. Are there any other particular questions that your board would like me to respond to that were brought up today?
Well, no, I got something.
Okay, anybody got anything specific for Daniel?
So I guess I do have a question. You're in an acting role right now, and if this new department were created hypothetically, right, you would still be responsible for that community services element, right?
So currently in my acting role, while community services remains in HHSA, yes, I would be responsible for the community services
Until it's
division.
separated out, right?
Correct.
So is this a two-step process where it would be created and then separated out, or would it be brought out originally? I'm just trying to understand the flow.
I would suggest you leave it in Health and Human Services until you get a recruitment for the new director of the new department, to someone to lead it.
Okay.
And one thing I'd like to comment on, and then the segue to some comments Mr. Bennett Cochon said, yes, this is top down at the moment. Your board has said we want conceptual discussions before we start engaging a lot of people,
right,
and looking at budget to see if you're even interested in exploring it. And that's why we're here. So there is a lot of work to be done, and a lot of questions we don't have answers to. But my response to your question, Supervisor Heidel, is we would come back with an ordinance creating the department. We would have a job classification created for that new department head. We would do a recruitment to find the candidate to fill it, and then we would transfer the responsibility to that new person. That would be the ideal way to go about it. But when you're dealing with hiring and recruitments, it doesn't always work out as ideally as you would like.
Understand. So what would be your expectation in terms of the board being able to interview that person? Is that beyond what the board would normally do, or would it include?
Just like any department head.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's
Very
good.
good.
Thank you.
Supervisor Novosel for Daniel? Yeah.
Not for Daniel, sorry, good.
But-
I had a comment,
Oh,
but
okay.
similar.
Okay.
I would say, we heard comments from the public saying, you know, gosh, you're starting at the top down, and my comment would be, you know, this is in concept, which means we're just starting very much the
Mhm.
very beginning of it, and we're gonna start to do all the input and getting information and all that, so, yeah, just want to make sure everyone's clear. on that.
Piggybacking on that, and
Yep.
while this is right now a top-down process, like you say, for the board to get engaged early on from a conceptual level, I've so appreciated the comments today that the whole point of this, though, is to do a bottom up, so that the folks that are receiving these services, and which the county provides, you know, we can provide the best possible service. It's not for us, it's for our community. And that's why we're engaged in this. It just happens today we're here, but this is the goal. And so I
It has
really
to
appreciate
start
that.
somewhere.
Right.
And that's the whole point. It's like, we got to start it and
Exactly.
officially start it, because you can't, without an official start, we're just all chattering amongst ourselves and not going anywhere. So this is it. This is the official start, everyone, of something. We don't know exactly what yet. It's conceptual, but I do have a very specific question for you.
Sure.
As far as the veterans, they're the ones I think that are in the most limbo here, maybe. I don't know, it's hard to say, which is, and I do want to add, over the past couple of years, I know that the board, I know I have engaged in helping stabilize the funding and the number of employees in this Veterans Affairs Office. So I feel that the county's made great strides in the last couple of years to get that the services we had what was that performance study that showed that we needed to do something. And so we actually created some positions to address those concerns. So I thought we made a lot of progress on that, just so you all know. And with that though, what are your thoughts about where should the veteran services land ultimately? Do you have thoughts on that compared to what other counties do or don't do, or?
So I'm aware that veteran services is often in human services departments. It's also sometimes a standalone department where the VSO could be a department head. It also, I've seen it fall under a CAO's office before. What I would say is it's good to look at different counties and see how they're modeled, just for examples. Really, it's just about sustainability. Every county has its structure based on their funding that's unique to them. Sometimes it's federal and state funding, but also local tax measures that play into the sustainability, or sometimes it's general fund contributions that vary. All of that plays into the structure of what's sustainable. Now, in addition to the financial side of it, you have the span of control sustainability. I think there's been a lot of comments today made about the size of HHSA. There's been a lot of turnover in the HHSA director over the past decade. Could this help with some of that? The exec team, as we discussed this concept more, it makes sense to conceptually explore it. Is it financially sustainable? What would be the cost if that occurred? Anything that's worth providing more sort of director touch points with the programs is helpful to staff for the culture of the agency, for folks, for their morale, but also just their knowledge of the budget, their knowledge of what's happening on the street where the rubber meets the road, as has been referenced today. So there are a large number of programs. I think it makes sense to take a look at that conceptually, but regardless of where it goes, there's always pros and cons. And it's, while we can look at other counties, what's sustainable in El Dorado County, what's sustainable financially, and what's sustainable from a span of control standpoint. And hopefully that analysis helps your board make that determination.
Well, that's a really good point. So is that what will happen, John? Then is like, we'll look at the funding streams and where all that comes from and all that. And then, so we kind of know where, okay, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. Does that help everybody?
Yeah,
with-
I have one more comment, and that came from the VSO, the comments I heard. I'm from District 5, which is Tahoe. And so we're a little unique up there. We have a veteran services office up there. And you asked if we've been to there. I used to have services in my office.
Oh, wait, your microphone's on. Sorry.
So I used to have veteran services in my office for a while. And it's very unique up there because they've moved into a different area and it's difficult. So I just want to make sure we're all aware that there's 2 offices for veterans, one on West Slope and one on the East Slope, and they all have their very different issues. You know, with us, our closest VA is in Reno, which is out of state. And out of county, out of state. So it brings in some really difficult issues on how we get services up there. So again, I just want to make sure we're all aware that there's a lot of issues and there's always the granite rock between our issues up in Tahoe. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, I did want to tell Terrence that I was personally aware of the fact that, you know, the veterans had reached out and we're working on how to figure that out the best way without violating the Brown Act. I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with the Brown Act, but we can't all 5 of us go somewhere at one time unless it's on an agenda. So we're figuring all that out and navigating it. So I appreciate that the office reached out on that and we'll figure it out. And it sounds like we have time to do so. So Supervisor Turnbull, you had something not specifically for Daniel, correct?
Right.
Okay. So
Okay.
I think you're good for a moment, Daniel.
You can sit down there.
But
Okay, thanks.
don't go far. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I worked really close with the Veterans Affairs, especially in my little shop, when there's a lot of homeless veterans and stuff in their vehicles and stuff that have been, you know, they broke down and stuff like that, to get them back on the road to be able to find a job and help them in society. So I have worked closely with the Veterans Affairs Commission. So.
Very good. And Supervisor Thomas?
Oh, so I have a question for the CAO's office. So we have 2 potential versions in front of us. Just considering veteran services, how challenging would it be to give an analysis of both versions and come back to us with what that would look like from a financial standpoint, from a programmatic standpoint, and, you know, give us a little more time to dig into understanding what the needs are of veteran services. And so we can make, and I feel like I'm not making an informed decision today, and that I don't like making, not faulting you, faulting myself possibly too. But once again, this was just an initial conceptual discussion. How challenging would that be?
The fiscal side wouldn't be hard at all.
Okay.
If you're just talking moving veterans to recorder clerk versus veterans in a new department, because that, if I'm hearing you correctly, we're not talking about what levels of administrative support in that new department yet, because quite frankly, we won't know what levels of administrative support are needed until we know what programs are there.
True.
But if we're just talking veterans, we can take, their budget is available in the budget book. And if you're moving that program to the recorder clerk, that's pretty easy to do. Programmatically, that would require some discussion with the Veterans Office as well as recorder clerk to see how that would work. And I don't think it'd take that much time.
So I'm feeling like I need a little more information on both those versions to understand the full ramifications and benefits and challenges.
Which is exactly why the agenda item was worded the way it was.
And that's, I was just
To
gonna
allow
say,
you to
that's
have
what the
that.
conceptual part is.
Right.
Is he's gonna
Right.
bounce that around now and
Right.
bring back with some
This is
ideas.
kind of go, no go with the idea.
Yes.
That's what it really is.
So go with the reorganization
There you
and
go.
then.
Well,
I would say, I'm the nitpick your words a little bit.
Okay,
Supervisor
okay,
Thomas.
okay.
I'm not saying go with reorganization, go with the exploration of that reorganization.
Right,
Okay.
Because we gave you two options to explore
right.
when we were talking about veterans. And that exploration has to happen because I agree with you. I couldn't sit here right now and make an informed recommendation of which way it should be
Right.
without that further discussion.
Sounds good then. Okay, so you weren't asking us to choose which version you wanted us to, we wanted you to explore.
Right.
Okay, I misunderstood
Or-
that.
And that's where I
Thank
was
you.
gonna ask you, is because I'm reading through the staff report again, and I don't see a clear recommendation. So you're just wanting us to say, go explore, bring us back some stuff. When do we think that's gonna happen-ish?
We don't know yet. It depends what you decide direct us to go explore.
Okay, so you are wanting some direction though.
I think that what I wanted is,
That's where we're stuck on which direction to send you.
I understand. You know, it would be a lot easier if we just did all the exploration, then we could have the answers to these questions. But then
Right.
you'd be getting phone calls from the communities. Why is your CAO out talking to everybody
Right.
about putting veterans under recorder clerk when in your mind that just doesn't make sense? But
Right.
maybe it does.
So
So
isn't this asking, you're just asking us to explore?
that's it.
That's
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
It's-
Or-
it's- there's
Which
nothing-
is
there's no
consistent with your
conditions on it.
policy.
With some,
Do you have
but
enough
he's looking for direction
this
though,
point?
kind of.
No, not yet.
No,
None,
no, I'm
none.
reading the staff.
No,
report.
he said,
Okay.
okay.
Explore.
Supervisor Huddle asked if I have enough. No, because I heard you say it, your Supervisor Parlin, your opening comments, you don't like the idea of it going to a
Correct.
recorder clerk. So if that's the direction of the board, I'm not going to have further conversations with Ms. Horn. I'll,
See, and I don't think everybody feels comfortable one way or another as far as a direction, and that's where we're stuck. I feel,
Then I-
I
I
feel
think
we're
we still need
stuck.
to explore. I don't think we should not explore.
then,
I'll put it that
then
way.
would you be comfortable allowing us to still explore it, even though your initial reaction is you're not going to like it?
Are you okay with that, Lauren?
Sure, but I don't want you going in that direction only. That's, and then how will you explore different options then without more work on?
I think, well, it is
Second
more
work.
work for us.
Absolutely.
But I
And I
think we
hate
have the
that.
two options in there.
Okay.
Well, three options. Keep veterans under Health and Human Services is an option.
No,
Okay, so, well, there's two of you saying no.
3.
I
Three?
think 4.
Four, okay,
We
so,
can do better than
I
that.
was
Yeah.
worried, I will say that my initial reaction was, let's keep them in HHSA, but to hear the comments, I'm good with you exploring, taking, or just keeping them out of
so
it.
then we have two options before you right now. Put veterans under community services or explore putting it under the recorder clerk.
Yes.
And there should be pros and cons to both sides and different costs, and that's what we're asking.
How do we get the bottoms up input to make that decision? Because right now I think it's in balance. Where's the preferable place to place it? And I don't feel strongly one way or the other, but I'm listening to my constituents.
So we start having more conversations with
Right.
those constituents.
Yeah.
That's how we do it. But I can guarantee you, if I had had conversations with those constituents before having this conversation,
Right,
you all would be asking me, what are you doing out there?
right,
Why? So that's why your board set this policy
Right.
to get conceptual approval.
right. And I'll be honest with you, I'm concerned that it's going to become a political thing rather than an actual structural conversation.
Right.
I'm really concerned about that now. I would like to see what other counties do first
Can find that
before
out.
we go too much
Absolutely.
further, maybe. I think, because we do that often, we compare what other counties do before going too far down any path. I actually like the idea of making it a standalone department, but I didn't hear that anywhere in the conversation.
Well, because I wouldn't suggest that. I don't suggest a standalone department of 5 people.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That will get expensive. That's just my experience, but obviously we could explore it if you wanted. Happy to look at how other counties do things.
Yeah.
I really appreciated Daniel's comments. You know, we look at other counties for information, but we also have to look at what works for El Dorado County,
Right.
Sure.
you know.
But El Dorado County tends to create things for individuals. It's done that in the past, and it makes things political rather than looking at things structurally. And that's my big concern here.
And I completely agree with you. I do not want to make any political decisions on any of this. This is
No.
structural and this is what's best for our community. And I want to look at it through that lens.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So if we continue this, is it reasonable to reach out to all of the representative organizations associated with these groups, i.e. the Veterans Services Organization, Veterans Affairs Organization, to ask for their inputs? So that we collect that as a body as opposed to individuals? And then have another board discussion to determine on balance, where does this weigh out better?
Yes, and that's exactly what I advised them. Because because your policy tells us to get conceptual approval first.
Yeah.
I couldn't agendize something on the Veterans Commission Board to have the conversation. So I talked to the chair so they wouldn't be surprised this was coming, and then they could agendize it. And I believe Daniel had a similar conversation with the Commission on Aging.
Yeah, I was going to say
Yes.
that too. Yes.
So-
But the two parts to this where you get into specific requesting direction to incorporate it under Veteran Services, under new department communities, or explore assigning, that's the part I think we have contention, not pursuing a conceptual follow-up in terms of organizational structure. It's just, where does that Veterans Affairs, for me, where does that Veterans Affairs organization best fit? And that we don't have the information, I don't believe adequately defined today to be able to weigh in on it. So that's the part I need more help with.
Okay,
Agreed.
Maybe Daniel can articulate that better because I'm not cutting it.
Okay.
We gave a couple options to explore. I'm with you. As I said earlier, I don't have enough information to make an informed
You know,
recommendation.
I think where we're getting confused here is there's a paragraph here that says the CEO's office is requesting a new department. It doesn't say exploring for a new department.
But it
And that's
says-
perhaps an omission there that we're getting hung up on.
But it says, and provide direction to incorporate. That's the part.
Yeah.
I think
Add
there's
to it
little
is a
hang
little
up
bit
there.
difficult. We don't have enough input.
If I could make a quick comment, and
Please.
I
Please.
do not
Help
want
us.
to, I do not want to step on the CAO's toes, but
Step on them, please,
think-
because I'm done.
I think, we've been communicating with the Commission on Aging. Our CAO reached out to the Veterans Commission in advance because it's our goal to work with our commissions. It's our
Yeah.
goal to work with staff throughout this process. I think it makes sense to seek conceptual approval to explore all the options.
Yep.
Again, it's about sustainability, both financially and from a span of control standpoint. And once that information is available, then that can be discussed with these different parties, with the commissions, with staff. Because otherwise, as is happening now, we're not talking about real facts and data and information. It's just sort of feelings and beliefs and philosophies, which are important, but those should be applied to the financial facts, the programmatic facts. And so I think we should, again, don't want to step on toes, but seek conceptual approval to explore all the options. Bring back that analysis after we've engaged with these folks and gotten their input in that, because then we'll have a full picture to present and we can have a more robust discussion with your board.
Thank
Agreed.
you,
It's
Daniel.
obviously far more articulate than I am.
Yeah, well,
Daniel.
'cause we got hung up on the fact that it sounded like we needed to provide some clear direction today, and it's like, we're not ready for that. I do have a question for you though, while you're here again. How much crossover is there between senior services and veteran services? Because I believe, looking at the data over here, again, I'm relying on the suicide prevention strategic plan, that a majority of the veterans are senior citizens. And so is there a connection, any synergy in those services? Would it be good to have those two together? Or is that not even?
I think that it's good to have every service together,
Of
but
course.
also, as was stated earlier, the expectation is for programs and departments to collaborate together,
Sure.
period. So whether they're all under, my position, and I would help ensure that my staff sort of live out that expectation, or whether it's under multiple department heads, these programs are structured differently in each county. That doesn't mean that they interact any less based on their unique structure compared to another county. Again, it's based on financial sustainability and a span of control and what works in that county. So there is overlap with senior services and our veteran services programs, as well as our eligibility and mental health services. And all of those programs interact. Veterans and seniors probably interacts more sort of per capita as compared to eligibility programs with the senior population. But that expectation can be established regardless of the structure.
Right. And okay, we'll see how this unfolds. Thank you for that, Daniel. I appreciate it. So then what do you need us to say today?
I'm ready to make a motion.
You think you can capture what we're supposed to do? Okay, do it.
See if I do. I move that we support the CEO's recommendation to conceptually approve the creation of the Department of Community Services, but to also seek out additional information from all the affected agencies and parties to bring back to the board so we can determine specifically whether veteran services is better fit under the community services, conceptually, or under the recorder clerk. That's the part that I think we needed to separate out and get some more input.
Parks.
You want parks in there too?
Yeah.
I do not want parks under the community services at this time. I think it's premature. It's
Just
too
explore all
in
options.
flux in my
Can we put in
mind.
there just to explore all options?
Of course.
Community services.
But you're okay with animal services. I mean, we start breaking this thing down. There's other choices with animal services
That
too.
means-
Well, actually, somebody was supposed to bring that up today.
Just
Well,
explore
I didn't bring it up for a reason,
I'm just going with what's
for a
on the
reason
agenda.
why. And I'm not
Okay.
gonna go there.
So,
I would
yes,
say, if we could change that to explore options with the community services rather than.
right.
Okay, explore options if that helps clarify it.
Because I think everybody heard our conversation today. So
Yeah, so I think there will
Direction.
generate conversations.
Yeah.
different-
We like the idea. We just need a little bit more fleshing out of
Absolutely.
information
Yes.
and try to decide where is it optimum to fit.
That's
overall.
exactly what we were asking for.
Okay,
Based
so-
on your policy to get conceptual approval first. Now,
you just brought this item for us to say, yeah, go do it.
well, because your policy says
Well,
I have to.
but-
That's really all it was, right? Is yes,
I'll have
go.
to say, Dawn, in our defense, there was a paragraph there where it didn't say it's a conceptual approval. It didn't say to explore. And I think that's
Right.
what really was the hang up.
We got a little
We're
hung
still
up on some
exploring this, guys.
words,
We're
so-
not setting.
I think
it up.
that's the additive term that helps hopefully
There
get
you go.
past this. So and
Second.
explore.
So you're making a motion to go explores. That's
Right.
basically it,
And I'll second
right?
that.
Okay.
All right, and we got a second. We're gonna go explore.
You want to double check with Kim?
Yeah, Kim, do you feel comfortable with what you have? Do you want to fix it now before we go?
Sorry, basically what I have is Supervisor Heidel's motion is to support the CAO's recommendation, directing staff to seek out additional information from affected agencies and to explore options where each program could fit appropriately.
Wow.
I think that's good.
That's perfect.
Well
So
done,
good.
Kim.
You're so
She is
awesome.
good.
I know, no pressure there. So
I
we
made
have
that
a,
motion.
that's a great motion, Supervisor Heidel.
Amazing.
And a
That's
second,
what
so
I meant.
there you go. All in
Hey, no.
favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. It passes unanimously. And great conversation. I think that we're in a great direction and appreciate everybody's input. So thank you for that. And now where are we? Let's see. Item 40. Oh my gosh, to and froms. So remember, it says to make them brief.
Yep.
And things of countywide concern. So we don't need any staff reports or anything like that. Who's ready to go first?
Not me.
Not you.
I'm ready.
All right, Supervisor Heidel.
Okay, so from July 6th to the 10th, I attended the El Dorado County Study Mission along with Kyle Zimbelman. He represented us. We went to St. Louis initially for 3 nights and then went to a small town called Herman, Missouri. And part of this was to look at the urban rural distribution affecting our county. Two kind of themes. One was to look at the Highway 50 corridor development and what we could do there collaboratively with Rancho Cordova, the city of Folsom, and then El Dorado County. So what are the things that we could do? And so we listened to a lot of inputs and studied what was going on in St. Louis in terms of what are the takeaways that might be scalable for what we would do here. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it was the urban-rural relationship with wineries, and in this case, distilleries that were very much located in Herman. Herman is a population of 2,500 people year-round that has huge influxes of tourists, and they have no hotel to speak of. They're all cottages and little inns and historical bed and breakfasts and those kinds of things. So it's a very quaint community, but they get a tremendous amount of revenue from the surrounding areas of St. Louis that go there to primarily vacation, but even going during winter months. So we looked at what are the takeaways there, more specifically for El Dorado County, what we could bring to El Dorado County's ideas. And there are several different things that were talked about. We're going to have a group discussion here shortly to decide what fits where and what we want to pursue heavily. But I've already initiated some conversation via Kyle with looking at some applications strictly within El Dorado County to start with, that I think if we capture them quickly, maybe there's a potential to do some things. So I'm not going to go beyond that until we get some firming up of some of the information that's available. But I think, you know, there's a potential for that to have a great impact in El Dorado County in a relatively short period of time, if we can meet the deadlines that people are looking for. So more to come on that. And then on Monday, July 11th, we held the monthly El Dorado's Community Council meeting. I think the major takeaway from that for the board's purposes is we're having a third mental health forum, which will be a special meeting, and that will be on September 19th. And we've already coordinated with the tribe community health facilities to be a representative, and also El Dorado County Health Center to be a contributor to it, as well as our Health and Human Services. So this is kind of bringing everything back with what are the services available today and what are we planning to be able to add to that spectrum of behavioral health, mental health services in the near term. And that's where the collaboration with Marshall Hospital will come back in again. So I think good progress there. And then on the 13th of July, the Pioneer Community Energy meeting was held, and there's a number of things there. I'm not going to elaborate on those because none of those are real definitive. There's labor negotiations and other things going on, but I don't think it's worth speaking to that. And then finally, Supervisor Turnbull and I on Friday, July 15th, attended the Sheriff's annual award ceremony that was held in the Forney building this year. Extremely well done, very efficient, good turnout. I think, and I think George shares this, the disappointment is that building. There's
Yes.
so much potential in that building. But when you walk into that compared to a lot of other buildings, it's kind of like deja vu or in the 1960s.
I know, it just,
We've got to do something better there.
it breaks my heart to see that, especially when
Swamp
the,
coolers running in July and try to stay cool
Yeah, I
with a
know.
crowd of what,
Yeah.
200 people or something.
Right.
We just got to try to find a way to do better there. That's kind of my takeaway from that one, but very well done on the sheriff's behalf. And he obviously acknowledged that this would probably be his last ceremony. He said, no, you come back after you're retired and participate as well,
Right,
which I think is the
exactly.
right thing. So, but I very much enjoyed that. It was a great evening, good participation, and we were recognized. It's important to have supervisors there because that reflects upon our interest in the community, and particularly with law enforcement. And so it was well received as my takeaway from that. It was a great evening. So that's it.
All right, anyone else ready? All right.
It's gonna be short. So we've continued to work on Human Rights Commission forum information, trying to get that, everything brought together. We had a Survey Monkey, over 100 and I think it was about 120 respondents to that, plus another 15 comment cards of the day from the day of. So we're putting that all together, and we're hoping to do a presentation bring that back to the board. Probably September is what I'm thinking. It's taking a while. We don't meet regularly enough to get it organized, but we're trying. We've been working on that. And then let's see, had a CalCog board meeting last week. I represent TRPA on that. And so that's always interesting to hear about what's going on between the cities and counties and all. And then we also, for the California Tahoe Conservancy, we hired a new executive director, internal candidate. So very excited about that because it's a big position. And we are interviewing right now. We just met with the interview team to start interviews for TRPA executive directors. So there's a lot of movement going on up in Tahoe. Those are two huge positions that we're filling right now at the same time. So crazy amount of work trying to keep up with all that. And then just had my monthly meeting with planning yesterday, and I want to thank them. It's always a good meeting to have with staff to talk about that. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Very good. Ready?
I'm ready. All right. Two upcoming meetings that are important to the community that I want to talk about. This Thursday, we have the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Advisory Committee right here in our board chambers. And why it's the 6 o'clock, once again, on Thursday. And why that's significant is that we will be having the developer of Dorado Oaks present. And we made sure that he will be here yesterday. We confirmed his attendance. And it's a community meeting for the community to get an update, number one, from building and planning as to where we are with the EIR. This is a issue that has a lot of importance to the community. Giving a brief update on where we are with the Diamond Springs Parkway. And then it will be a time, the purpose of the evening though, is to have the developer have a interface with the community about this project. And so looking forward to being there. And John Clarici, the district's replanning commissioner, will also be in attendance to hear the community's comments and concerns. So I'm looking forward to being there on Thursday night.
Is this the town hall that you had talked about?
It is. Yes,
Okay, all
originally
right.
it was going to be the coalition was
Yes.
going to have one. And then when we heard that the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Advisory Committee had actually confirmed that the developer was going to be here at that, it's like, it just makes sense to have one meeting, because it's not the county's project, it's not my project, it's a developer's project. And the developer needs to have a one-on-one, community conversation with the community. So I'm looking forward to that. Really have to give a shout out to Kaylee. Our new interface with the boards and commissions and that staff support is making such a difference on the agendas, on the professionalism, on our ability to record meetings. And I just can't say enough about what a difference it's making. So really appreciate.
I second that. Yes, absolutely.
Huge. And then on next Thursday, on July 28th, another very exciting meeting to be held at Charles Brown School at 6 o'clock. We're going to be having the second Diamond Springs Community Park stakeholders meeting. What's exciting about this one is we actually have 5 conceptual drawings of what that park could be based on community input. And so our consultants are coming back based on the neighbors' concerns, on a traffic analysis, on our environmental constraints analysis as to what's possible at that park. And so we'll be having a chance to engage with the community and looking at the 5 different options and seeing what perhaps makes sense to pursue. So really excited about that. That's it for meetings in the near future. Last Wednesday, I went down to Oakland and had the privilege of representing El Dorado County at the insurance, Commissioner Laura did an investigatory hearing on the FAIR plan. And they had reached out to me because they had understood I'd been having some challenges with commercial insurance. And so they, number one, wanted me to share my experience. But then I also took the occasion, I had done a lot of investigation with local insurance brokers to understand what folks are, what challenges they're having with the FAIR plan. And I never like to bring up a problem without offering solutions and what solutions brokers are needing in order for that to be a more effective tool. And so had a very, I think, rich dialogue about that, as well as the need, the rich need for the state of California to make it possible for the traditional insurance market to operate successfully in California. The FAIR plan cannot be the end all be all. No. And that message was communicated all day. The insurance, the private insurance lobbyists were there. Other county, the Amador County supervisor was there. That message was conveyed all day long. So we'll see where it goes, but I was happy to raise the voice of rural. Anytime we can raise the voice of rural California, I'm there. Because, I also conveyed how important we are to the state of California. I said, after all, I said, we're your playground. You need us to thrive. They thrive on our lodging opportunities, our recreational opportunities, our water, our housing. Yep. They need us to thrive. And in return, we need their help. Yep. So that was my overarching message to them. Had a meeting last week with the Diamond Springs Fire Department, met with a couple of their board members as well as our chief, in talking about the navigation center, just opening the lines of communication open. I understand they're engaging, robust engagement with our staff to address, make sure that issues and concerns with the fire department in terms of public safety are addressed within our plans, and really appreciate our staff engaging with them on that. Look forward to the report next Thursday. And last, just received word this week that, if you will remember, when El Dorado Disposal was here a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about the need for them to perhaps adjust their mobile home discount, so folks in mobile home parks or this 55 plus could also take advantage of that because they are not billed separately. Just got word this week that Jeff England has gotten that done, and he has sent out notices to all the over 55 plus parks in El Dorado County, and that discount is now available to those residents in mobile home parks in El Dorado County. And so just,
Nice
big
great.
thank you to El Dorado Disposal for being so receptive and quick in implementing that. And,
Nice.
so I think that'll be just a really nice help for the folks in those communities to take advantage of that discount. So thank you for making that happen, Jeff.
Very
That's
good.
all.
All right, Supervisor Turnbow.
Yeah, I mean, like John said, we had that meeting and stuff with the Sheriff's Officer Awards Banquet, and it was very good. And one of the big issues, like John was talking about, is that building. That building should represent El Dorado County, and I just feel like that we need to do something to upgrade that, especially with, because it represents El Dorado County. The fairgrounds represents El Dorado County. We got to do something to improve that, especially those old buildings
Just
that are falling
report
apart.
out, just report out.
I
Let's
know.
go.
Anyway.
You were there.
Anyway, all right. So and then I had a meeting with Rod Pimentel and TCU or TCI just purchased his mill there, and they're going to do talking about a biomass plant going in there because they're going to they got a machine to grind up all the dead debris and stuff, and they still got to have sawdust there, so they got to do something with it. So that's what they're talking about, putting a biomass in there. So it was a great meeting. I met with them and also met with Rod. So that was a great thing. Had a ride along with Brian Mullins and some of the issues that's going on in El Dorado County. We had that meeting with took out 3 passing lanes in Pleasant Valley Road because it was a lot of issues, people pulling out of driveways, and it was very, very dangerous. And we've had quite a few accidents and stuff. And there's been some fatalities in the past. So that has been addressed and has been taken care of now. We got a $1.8 million in grant money that came from from the federal government and stuff like that to help support the infrastructure in Grizzly Flats, and that's the water. There's going to be, and we're working with the RCD because there's 1,300 acres and then there's 1,700 acres that has to be addressed, especially the trees have to be removed and the debris, because if that water, it plugs up or whatever like that, there's not going to be any water going to Grizzly Flat, especially in the ponds and the holding ponds and the tanks. So that was a big issue, and that's a big plus. That was a 1 in a million chance, and we got it. So that was really good. And then they're going to give an additional $600,000, so it'll be $2.3 million. So, and like I say, we're working on also trying to get the FEMA money for them, the long range plan, so we can get that done so they can fix that infrastructure. Also, I had services. I did Claude's funeral. That was on Saturday. That was really hard to get through, especially he was a pastor over 21 years at the El Dorado Community Church. He also owned Books and Bears, him and his wife, and they donated a lot of books and stuff that went to our libraries and also to the schools. So anyway, that's it.
Oh, very good. Unfortunately, I got a lot of stuff here in 2 weeks. So, but just want to let you know there'll be an item next week about Chili Bar Park, following up on board direction. So we're moving forward with that. I've been working with staff. Appreciate the hard work to get something going there. It turned out to be more work than we thought. I had a virtual meeting with several supervisors from other counties on July 6th. It turns out PG&E has not improved their fast trip switch issues, and Somerset turns out was getting hit really hard. The phone calls were coming to my office though, which was weird, but it was fortuitous because then I was able to use all those phone calls when I was on this meeting. And so all us county supervisors, it was like Santa Cruz and Napa, we all got together to get ready for the CPUC meeting, which was on the 14th. And so Diane Dillon from Napa County. Love that woman. Sorry, she's retiring. But she kind of organized us and got us all on the CPUC meeting. And so, which follows up, I think today on consent, we also approved a letter that RCRC asked us to send off in support of their motion regarding the fast trip switch programs. We all hit it hard last year with the CPUC and said, PG&E, you've got to do better. You've got to let people know these unplanned, frequent. I mean, one woman called in and she was very upset. She was trying to plan her dad's memorial service, and she just didn't know when she could plan it because the power kept going off. It went off like 4 or 5 times within a week, and with no explanation, not knowing when it was going to come back on. So Supervisor Turnbull, even, this is a funny story, and anecdotes are awesome. But he didn't know what day he could plan to take a shower because he didn't know when he was going to have power. He was affected too. So, yeah, I mean, definitely. It's just, you can't plan your life when you don't know when you're not going to have electricity. So I appreciate RCRC picking up that ball and running with it, trying to get the CPUC to do something with PG&E, and it's Southern California Edison and all those. So anyway, I don't know what to say about that. Last year it was in North County, this year it's the South County. Go figure. I had a meeting with some EDCO staff. They're working on potentially trying to implement an apprenticeship program in early childhood education. So like a career path from high school to have apprenticeships and get us some daycare operators ultimately, because that is one of the missing pieces in our workforce, you know, just one of the many pieces to get some daycare programs out there. So we're working on that, trying to work with the Golden Sierra Job Training Agency. So that was, I'm excited about that, a neat project. And then, we had Supervisor Turnbull and I had a meeting regarding the SMUD ad hoc committee meeting. I don't know if you remember, but we haven't met in a while. But it's regarding the basically, you know, paving Ice House Road. And that funding mechanism that's been used in the past apparently is dried up. So we're going to have some funding issues here pretty soon on maintaining Ice House Road. And so we're having talks, explored, kind of got back together. It's been a while. And looking at ways that we can get some revenue to take care of that road so that the burden isn't on the county. So we'll see how that goes. And we involved Ken Payne, so it'll probably go really well. He's a dynamo. A taxpayers meeting on July 11th. Raphael gave an excellent presentation. I don't think I'd seen that particular one before, but his graphs really showed the funding mechanisms over the last decade or two and how we thought we were in good shape, the grants. This one was just a very concise, clear set of charts. So I'm thinking that maybe those might be used in the education piece of the TOT coming up. Well done. Those meetings are recorded, but I think the machine wasn't working too well. The recording might be a little off that day, but we'll see. So I want to give you a heads up that great job Raphael did that day. And then the budget ad hoc committee meeting, we did have a follow-up meeting regarding the board direction about Prop 172 and the county budget. And I think the CEO is working on how to bring that conversation to the board as a whole. So that'll be coming soon. And then we all phoned into that CPUC meeting. That's just crazy. Oh, and by the way, we only get 1 minute to speak. So the people that come to our meetings and go, I can't speak in 3 minutes, 1 minute. But we were all able to make our points. So that evening on the 14th, I just want to shout out to our Transportation Commission Executive Director, Woody Deloria. I was going to say Harrelson. That's so funny. Deloria, he did an excellent job of hosting and engaging the community in a public workshop. We're doing a State Route 49 confluence study, all those issues out there, the safety, Supervisor No, so you have the same issues up there in Tahoe, but it's all about recreation, and these people just come flooding our areas and we just don't have the resources to take care of it. Yeah, so there's a lot of we're very similar issues, smaller scale, of course, but I appreciated Woody really stepping up with this study, and hopefully we'll have some solutions out of it all. And then of course we'll be looking for funding. It's always about funding. And then yesterday, I think it was already mentioned at taxpayers that the auditor controller was there talking about the TOT ballot measure, trying to get the Taxpayers Association to support it. I'm not really sure how that conversation went, to be honest. I lost track of it. And then the CIO did a great job of explaining the reorg. So thank you for that. That's it.
I got one comeback.
Go back.
Anyway, go back. Anyways, one of the things is
I
we
meant
didn't.
go back.
Yeah. So we
That
didn't
was
get a
verb.
crosswalk in Cameron Park from Cameron Park Lake across to Sandhurst, but they're going to increase the pedestrian signs from 24 inches to 48 inches. So that's a good plus, at least to help, especially the residents out there that are using the Cameron Park Lake
Oh, that makes sense.
when they cross there.
Very good. Anybody else go back? It's good. Go for it. I know there, 2 weeks is a long time, you guys.
I know. Just based on the comments that you both made about the event at the fairgrounds, I do believe that the fair board and staff have plans to upgrade that building in the near future. So I believe that is true. So we'll.
Okay, we'll see.
Stay tuned. Yes. But my main point on
Do we
my.
get to see him?
I think that's up to them. But I wanted to, you spoke of the El Dorado County Transportation Commission.
Oh, right.
Wanted folks to know that the trip to green will be implemented inside the city of Placerville. That's once again on weekends where they're going to turn all the lights to green to test the proof of concept. Can that work? Can that be a solution to some of the traffic congestion through the Highway 50 corridor through Placerville? So the first weekend will be August 6th and 7th from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. each day. The next will be September 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Is that Labor Day weekend?
I think it is,
Yeah,
right?
Well, great. Let's test it
the
on a
whole
really
point,
big
right?
weekend.
Oh, because that's when, doesn't Apple Hill open then-ish, or the
They're
big?
trying to extend the Apple Hills, the harvest
Yeah.
season, so to get folks more spread out.
Yeah, okay.
So September 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then October 1st and 2nd, which is when harvest season and Apple Hill season is in full swing.
Right.
So I really appreciate that will give them 3 different looks. August is probably less congested, Labor Day a little more, and then fall to see how this works. So public, pay attention, stay tuned, be patient, and understand where the alternate routes are during that week, those weekends.
8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
8 a.m. to
all
8
green at one time.
No,
Trip two.
yeah.
That's the key.
Okay.
But for longer periods of time, yeah. I think 10 minutes on the
If you
hour.
have any information, you could send it to us.
Oh, yeah, it's,
Have staff send it
I will do
over.
that. Yeah,
It's going to operate a lot like the ITS system when it's in
Exactly.
full functionality, right?
Exactly.
Let the caravans get through.
just let
and
it
then-
go, let it go.
Probably
So
people will be interested in knowing how that works.
I'll get you that
That'll be
information,
fun.
but just kind of wanted to give folks a heads up. First week in August is coming.
September,
All right.
September 5th, Monday is when we celebrate Labor Day. So.
Perfect.
Yep.
Very good.
Right tied in with that weekend.
Exciting. CAO, anything?
Just 2 things, Madam Chair. The Charter Review Committee's first meeting is scheduled for August 1st. That agenda will be posted in the next week or so. It is just a planning meeting for them to structure who their chair is, how they're going to approach their task. I want you to be aware of that. Second piece is some good news. The contractor for the Depot Bike Park is now on site doing surveying and beginning work, so that hopefully you'll start seeing some activity out there and the completion of that project in the next year. So
It's wonderful.
that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Very good. Okay, with that, everybody got no more go backs. We're good. So we have a few more closed session items to take care of. County Council, do you expect that we'll have a report out?
We will have a report out.
We
soon.
will. Okay.
Yes.
So we'll have a report out. I'll try to remember this time. Last time I started to walk away and went, oh, shoot, you guys reminded me. So with that, I think we're going back into closed session, correct? All right. Thank you, everyone. All right, we are back from closed session, and County Council, do you have anything to report out?
I think the CAO will handle the reports today.
Very good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board met in closed session on items number 51, 52, and 55. There's no reportable action on item number 55. On item number 51, the board met, all members were present, unanimous vote approved a step increase for the alternate public defender from step 4 to step 5, effective July 30th, 2022. And on item number 52, again, all members were present, unanimous vote to increase the salary for the environmental management director from step 1 to step 2, effective July 30th, 2022. And with that, I believe we are adjourned.
Very
Yeah, I just wanted
good.
to close this meeting in the memory of Claude Dunn, the pastor at the El Dorado Community Church for over 20 years.
Very good. Thank you for that.
Dunn, D-U-N-N.
Okay, and with that, we're adjourned at 5:05. Thank you, everyone. Great conversations, doing good things. Awesome.